Can't tell me nothing about this crypto. This O-Day, these forensics, strictly for my hackers. Hackers on the grind, I ain't forget you. All my port scanners, all my SQL injectors, my exploit devs.
Hello folks, it's NCOMMANDER, and we are back for the first time in quite a while. And of course, I just realized the chat is broken in stream. So, it's been an interesting few weeks in my real life, which is why we haven't had a HACK-ALT-NCOMMANDER in a proper one in a while. I was on Radio Statler, but I wasn't actually streaming that. So tonight, back to the full webcam, and of course, come on, you know what, that's good enough. We're going to be dumping a few things with the Supercard Pro. For those who are new to the channel, I have a Supercard Pro and a system for dumping old floppy disks. The Supercard Pro is back there somewhere. The wiring nest is special. But we're going to be dumping two things tonight. One is, oh come on, get back up there. Focus. Hello. Okay, there we go. The first thing, which is kind of an appetizer, is I saw this set of Windows 3.1 disks, and if you look at it closely, I don't know how well it's showing up on stream. These are upgrade disks for Windows 3.1, and it's definitely not visible. But these have an unusual copyright date of 1994, so these are a late issue, and I'm wondering if this is the very rare Windows 3.1 without workgroups. So I picked it up because it was $4, and I kind of wanted to just have an upgrade copy of Windows 3.1 because it's amusing. Although the seller kind of screwed up, because you may notice that there's more discs here than there should be. But we'll get to that in a bit. And then our second event, which I have over here, is this is a sealed copy of BANYAN VINES, a networking software solution from the early to mid 90s. I don't know exactly when they went defunct. Come on, webcam, you're okay. Have my webcam. But they went defunct, and basically, music's a little too loud. I can fix that. I'm sorry. All my settings got completely screwed up, just because, well, I installed updates. That was probably a mistake I made. One should never install updates. It's always a bad idea. We should all still be using Windows 3.0. There we go. Webcam, behave. So, BANYAN went out of business in the mid to late 90s. They were acquired by Unisoft. There are no complete dumps of any of their software. And the software is copy protected quite heavily. It's actually got parallel port dongles. You know what? Let me grab them. So, this is a bad idea. So, floppy disk box. And we have dongles. I've posted these on Twitter. It's a bit of an unusual design because it's got a pass-through for another dongle. This is the main server key. And then they have these modules that snap onto it, which don't have a pass-through. I was shockingly lucky to get those because that was actually a separate auction from the media discs. And maybe I've been looking for this for a while, and this is the first one that was not like $600. And then I was able to get it in the dongles for reasonable amounts of money. So let's I say we get right down to it and we start dumping, because I really do want to check out this upgrade version. Webcam, please work with me. So since it's an upgrade edition, we're also going to have to install Windows 3.0, which we're going to do we're going to do a little multitasking while we do this. So the reason I said the seller screwed up is they also included a copy of Quattro Pro, and they said it was a 9-disc set. I don't know. Focus. Figures the webcam decides today to misbehave. I don't know why the seller thought this was part of Windows, but they did. I don't know. There's a lot of eBay sellers that have absolutely no idea what they're selling. It's a lot like people that go through house auctions and they basically grab everything they can. So let's get right down to it. Let's got disc 1 right here. We'll start dumping, and since the dump is not exactly the fastest. Well, the eBay auction was listed as Microsoft Windows 94, which admittedly was effective because it made me click on it. So let's get a new work directory going. So archive, Win31, upgrade. So I did, before the stream started, I did do some tests. So due to the way the ribbon cable I have works, the 3 1/4 drive is drive B and the 5 1/4 is drive A, and yes, it drives me completely crazy. So let's grab disk 1 SCP. Okay, and then that's reading. And hold on. Chat update. Come on, chat. I swear to God, today's the day of technical stream issues. Restream chat. Restream chat. Ah! That's how I feel about this. Okay. Okay, happy thoughts. Well, it's dumping, and while it dumps, I can deal with the nightmare that is my stream. Please bear with me, folks. You know what, let me make sure let me take it off full capture, because I have to go into Restream to do this. Everything is fine. Everything is okay. It's just another day in 2020. It really is just another day in 2020. Okay, open chat. Settings. Embed in stream. Launch. And then we resize. Like that. And maybe it will work with me. Okay, let's do a test message. Almost. Yay, it works. Sort of. Kind of. Almost. Everything is good. Everything is fine. Everything is dandy. Okay. And then, you know, I spend 30 minutes fiddling with this, and of course the moment I get on air, it all breaks. Yeah, that's kind of why I got back into collecting retro computer stuff. I used to collect this stuff pretty heavily, and I kind of needed to find a safer place to be, you know, mentally. So let's look back. So this is on track 138, and it's 143 tracks per disc. So we'll let this one finish. So yeah, it's been a crushing year, to say the least, and there we go. Okay, all the chat stuff is working. It's just a normal day in 2020. So interestingly, with these discs, only the first one is branded as upgrade, although they all have the 1994 copyright date on it. So that's disc one dumped. The reason I use the SuperCard Pro is it takes what's called a magnetic flux image. It's basically wired directly into the motor control on the floppy disk drive. That's a little hard to do one-handed. So it can capture a lot of data that otherwise can't. I've actually successfully read disks that otherwise are bad and badly corrupted. So this is basically the best way you can do it. I prefer SuperCard Pro over CryoFlux because CryoFlux has some really weird limitations on how you can use the software, and it just makes me feel uneasy. So let's see here. So while we're doing that, we're going to let that dump. We are going to install Windows 3.zip, and then we're going to actually do an upgrade install. So if I go to my retro folder, and you can see I have a massive amount of junk in here. I gotta rename these files to something better. So, you know, I'm not actually sure this dump is in the right format. I might have to reconfigure the VM. So we're using PCM because of authenticity. Okay, I can read it. Setup. It's doing the... So one thing, I'm currently working on a new video for my YouTube channel. For those who don't know, I do YouTube, I Twitter, on running Windows without a hard disk. Now, I did that in the last episode, so I'm not going to do a repeat, but the video itself should be going up this week, and maybe, if people are interested, I'll even give you a teaser of the video currently being edited. So, Windows 3.0 setup is not that different than 3.1. It has the blue screen that we all know. No network installed, that's correct. It's a PC DOS, it's VGA, and then we let it run. So we've got multiple things happening at once. So 3.0 was kind of where a lot of, sorry, 3.0 was a lot of where a lot of the things about Windows kind of got set in stone. Windows 1.0 and 2.0, while technically interesting, is not, they don't really resemble what modern Windows became. They almost feel like different products. But, you know, topic for another day, because I've done work with Windows 1.0, and it's very, the API is very similar, but you're running in real mode. The installer is very different, and okay, there we go. Holy cow, look at all the dithering. Look at all that dithering. Okay, so let's hit continue, and we'll let that copy. So 3.0 was the first wildly successful version of Windows. Before that, Windows was kind of like a, you know what, let me make this window full screen, because, or actually, you know, I just realized this finished. So let's start the next disk. So disk 3. Oh, get in there. It's a little hard to get the disk in the drive when it's not tethered to the computer. So let's do disk 3. Once we dump them all, we will use disk utilities to check to see if there's any bad sectors and to see if we got good dumps. I just want to do them all at once because this is such a time-consuming process. But, you know, anticipation. So anyway, back here. So since we're now on disk 3, let's put in disk 3. So the big reason Windows 3.0 was such a success is it kind of managed to be everything that OS 2 wasn't. Disk 3, you're in there. Oh. Cursor. There it goes. You know, it could multitask DAWs on 286, 386. It was much cheaper than OS 2, and frankly, it was nicer to use. Presentation Manager was available at OS 2. It was OS 2 1.2 and 1.3, but you had much better DAWs compatibility, and you could always exit 2 DAWs. So, yeah, I mean, I ran OS 2 back in the day, and even I have a lot of trouble defending some of OS 2's greater brain damage moments. Okay, we're on disk 4. Neoseed, if you're in chat, please make yourself known. If not, I'm going to have to come looking for you, because I know today is something you've been looking forward to. Okay, so that's doing disk 4, and we'll play with Windows 3.zip while we work through the dumps. And, you know, I just realized this is a lot slower than I realized, so we might be looking at status prompts for a good part of the night. I apologize in advance for that. Just out of curiosity, is the music audio level still good? Because I'm listening on headphones, and sometimes it's a little hard for me to tell. Because I definitely feel like we need a different track. This is not the music to be dumping. Let's see here. Alright, that's an improvement. Cold always, thank you, and I am hoping you're having a wonderful day. Okay, we are installing fonts. We're on disk 6 of 7. So it's interesting that the number of Windows disks went down, but Windows 3.0 was not compressed, and it was also shipped on low-density disks. I've been trying to get a boxed copy. Okay, yeah, you can make changes to config.sys and autoexec.bat. We don't have a printer. It's fine, you can search. Oh, it actually found stuff, so add all. Okay. There's the README file. I forgot that it makes you read it. So, okay. Alright, so let's, you know, we'll thumb through the README file, because, you know what, I just noticed there's a section on 3270, which I kind of want to look at it. So, that's interesting. Okay, so that's disk 3 dumped. Let's put disk 4 in the drive. So, part of the reason that things have been so topsy-turvy with my stream is I was supposed to move last month, and I've dealt with some family stuff that I really don't want to go into detail on stream, but it's kind of made my life a little bit difficult. It's why the End Commander Must Suffer episode from way back when we hit our charity fundraising goals hasn't happened yet. It should hopefully happen here in the near future. So anyway, let's go back and take a look at this README. I'm curious what they have here. So we're gonna thumb through this. Let's finish the install and then we'll thumb through it, because there is some neat things to see in this version of Windows. So okay, we will let it reboot. Okay, we're voting. Oh, well, this is where I feel like I need to do the Imperial Death March here. So I'm assuming that's Side Pocket on the Restream IO chat. And of course I do the age-old thing of forgetting to remove the floppy disk. Please release my mouse cursor. Oh, this is a problem. Release. I command you to release the cursor. There it goes. Well, oh, that's cute. Okay, so here's the reason why I'm laughing. You notice that it's running HiMem 1990 and Smart Drive incorrect DOS version. Windows 3.1 downgraded my stuff. Sarah, I normally do that. The reason I use PCM is it fully emulates the PC BIOS, and we're actually going to need that tonight for Vines, as well as a few of the other stuff we're going to dig into. So the fact is that a lot of 90s BIOS did not let you dynamically change your boot device, which is really frustrating. So I am curious, how did Windows setup screw up? Okay, so installed smartdrive.sys. Set that. And then there it just edited the path. So, you know what? This should just work fine. So let's just check Win. So there were actually 3 major versions of the 3.0 Windows series. There's 3. Where's my mouse? Oh, don't. Okay, I had working mouse during install. Where? Okay, I don't have working mouse here, which is kind of a problem. We're just going to, remove the brain damage from this file. I don't think it has anything to do why I have no working mouse, but I was saying something. So there's the Alt-Control Delete. Disk 5 is going in. Let's see here. 5 is in. And we're dumping. Okay, so let's try this again. Do we have a working mouse this time? No, we do not have a working mouse. How do I have a working mouse during install and I don't have a working mouse on the installed system? So, that sounds like an option ROM problem, Sarah, because the way the XT IDE works is it presents the option ROM booting interface to the BIOS, because there is an actual standard from IBM on how to boot from an option ROM to add on hard drive. What I'm guessing your PS2 is doing is it's not running the option ROM for a fixed device unless it's booting from it, which is completely brain damaged, but it's also IBM, so, par of the course. Alright, so let's shut down the VM, and let's see if we can figure out what's going on with our mouse here. So okay, there's the problem. Apparently, this was using a serial mouse, so I now have... I answered one question, and I answer a different one, is how was that working in the first place? Yeah. So, so I have something for your PS2 286. I have the IBM NetWare 2.0 286 for PS2 machines. I dumped that on the Radio Statler Special. I don't have the correct hardware, and the only driver included with it is a IBM LAN Manager or IBM StarNet PC card. The thing is so weird, I can barely find any information. It's Ethernet-like, but not actually Ethernet. Do we have a working mouse now? Hey, look, we have a working mouse. So, so welcome to Windows 3.0. If you've never used Windows 3.0, you are probably better off. So the colors look very weird. I always got the impression that this version of Windows was built for EGA. EGA, which is kind of why the colors look so screwy, and then VGA was kind of tacked on at the last minute. But I don't know that for a fact. So OS 2 1.0 came out in 87. Presentation Manager came out early 88. Windows 3.0 came out in 1990. What's interesting is that the early versions of OS 2 did not include Windows, but if we actually pull up the README file, oh, here it is. README. Man, look at the old style file dialog box. There was actually an entire section of using Windows with OS 2 in here. There we go. Which is something I definitely want to try in a later video, because this was basically, here it is, run Windows from the OS 2 1.2 DOS compatibility box. You know, and it has this entire section on how you do it, the limitations that go with it. I do want to try this, but installing OS 2, the early OS 2s I've done it on stream. It's fun. If you guys want to see that for a later stream, we won't do it tonight. Make yourself known in chat, and maybe we'll do it either 2 weeks from now or when Alt-NCOMMANDER comes back to a weekly schedule. I am hoping in September to go back to a weekly schedule. Let's see here. Okay, and that's disk 6 dumping. So, okay, we can definitely do that. I might even do a video special. We had a cryo. Oh, the disk isn't in alt. Sorry, that was the disk didn't go in all the way, so that's why the dump. So that was fun. So side pocket, where's that video montage of NCommander's greatest facepalm moments? Wasn't that something you were in fact doing? So, getting back to Windows 3.0, and since we're dumping the last disk, we can switch this to holy cow, that is weird resolution, to that. Okay, so 3.0 definitely had some difference, like control panel here. We could choose a different color scheme, although I kind of always liked this teal view. Like, we have patchwork, but actually, I think Ocean was the one I liked the most from this period, because I did use 3.0 a lot. It's what my grandparents had installed. And, of course, we've got Solitaire. No, I'm not going to bore you with playing Solitaire on stream. We might do that at the end. Or maybe I'll just do a little bit now. See, the thing is that Solitaire actually had a actual purpose in Windows besides being a time waster. It was to teach people how to use a mouse. So that's part of what made things so important. And yeah, you know, if I don't close Solitaire, I might not stop playing. Screw it. We'll play into as far as we can. We'll let the disk finish dumping, and then we'll start the upgrade process. Let's see here. And let's see here. So the way you play Solitaire Nope is you basically are trying to get all the cards in order up here. Windows 3.0 was the first version to ship with Solitaire out of the box. Before 3.0, there was just Reversi, which shipped in 1.0 and 2.0. 3.0 added Solitaire because it was the first version that really mandated the use of the mouse. It also included Reversi. Reversi was removed with 3.1 and replaced with Minesweeper. FreeCell was added with Win32s as a test application. Hearts was added for Windows for Workgroups, and then those were the games that basically stayed there until I want to say pinball was added with Windows 95, although I'm not... It wasn't in the initial release of 95. It came a little later. Because I had Windows 95 on 3 1/4 floppy disks, and I know for a fact that pinball was not there originally. Let's see here. Not every game is winnable with the deal 3 option, but that's why I like playing with it, because you know, sometimes it's fun not to always win. So that joker comes there. Let's grab... That's no help. That's no help. I don't think this is a winnable deal, or I've made it unwinnable. Okay, the last disc is on the last few tracks. So, let's see here. If we grab this 10, we can move that 9. And I get another 9, which maybe will be helpful. I don't know. We'll find out. Blackjack. That 7 isn't helpful. That 3 would be nice. Here. Yeah, I can play solitaire with real cards. Yes, you're right. Pinball was included with plus 5 on the 6. Oh, yes, that is correct. Thank you. Let's see here. And I get a blackjack. That is actually useful. 9. Nothing I can put there immediately. Let's see here. Okay. I think... Is that it? Am I... So, during my last real-life recording session, if you look behind me, I don't know if this will show up on camera. I have my ThinkPad 380D sitting on the table behind me, and there's wiring running across the floor because I had it running Windows over the network, and I ended out that video of me playing solitaire and getting the card flying animation. And I must have been playing for 30 minutes before I actually won. It was like... Ah! Okay. Hacker Channel does Let's Play of Solitaire. Okay, we're going to put Solitaire up for now. The only thing I think of real note here is... Nope, all the decks here are the same. So, I'm not sure. And then here's Reversi. Which again was in the earlier versions of Windows. It also in the US, this game was also known as Altero by Parker Brothers. It's been known under a lot of different versions, and I really suck at this game. So that's what it boils down to. So that was the sound of it. Yeah, you know, that's probably the sound that Neo makes while dying. I have to admit. So let's go back to the full screen, and we'll come back to Windows in a little bit. So while we were doing that, we finished dumping out the last disk. So let's put that in the pile over here. And we could dump Quattro Pro tonight, but I'm not planning on it. But maybe if we've got some time at the end. So let's see here. I know that sound. Well, let's just say that we've been wanting to get Neo on any DEF CON 201 production for God knows how long, but he's had some things that have made that impossible for the time being. But we kind of want to hook up a heart rate monitor to him while I do horrible things to retro computers. Because it's funny, and you know, I just realized I have this program open already. Okay, let's get that open here. So if we load a flop... No, wrong file. It's been a while since I used this. Load raw image? No, that's not it. I know what I'm doing. I am a professional. Oh, yeah, okay. It's because this thing has such a broken UI. It's not clear what you can and can't do. So let's open disk 1. And then this will do the analyze. Let's see here. Apple edition. Okay, so it got 62 tracks per side. Let's look at the low-level viewer. And this will tell us if there's any bad tracks here. Okay. No bad. Looks like we got a good dump. So, okay, that makes me happy. So let's export this. Yeah, like I said, I don't love this software, but it's about the best that exists, so you kind of just have to deal with it. There is the bulk convert, which actually I might use. Yeah, you know, we'll do this through batch conversion. I do want Nah, screw it. We'll do it one at a time, just because people like me suffering. So let's go to the retro archive. You know what? I want to pin this folder. Add to bookmarks, just because it'll make my life a little easier. So let's call this disk1.img. And I think with this program, it automatically does that thing that if you set an extension, that's what it saves as. Let's just check that. You know, we'll use mdir, retro archive, win32, disk1.img. Sector too big. That's not a good sound. Yeah, okay, that didn't work. Oh yeah, I frig. Okay, that's what happens when NCommander has a brain meltdown. Yeah, you have to change the format. It's... Why is every piece of archive software so miserable? Yay, look, there we go. Interesting. Well, that's interesting. These discs were made on MS-DOS 4.0. Chat, would you like to tell the audience of why this is what's wrong with this picture? Okay, let's just go to the next one before because if I think about it for too long, something bad will happen. So we can change the song. So let's go to disc 2. Let's analyze that. So why is that format with MS-DOS 4.0? That's not how Windows DOS or later DOS formats. It would be DOS OEM 3. Let's see here. Okay, track analyzer. Okay, so we got a good dump there. Export. And again, I have to change the format file because, of course, they make this so much harder than it needs to be. And blah. IMG. Yeah, because, like, the problem with the flux, reading the disks with the flux thing, is that you can't tell if you've got a good dump or not immediately. The reason for this is that a lot of old copy protection depends on inputting intentional errors on the disks. So the magnetic flux dump does not actually check for errors. The way you check for errors is you convert the disk back to normal format, and on normal floppy disks, each sector has a CRC, and that's how you know you got a good dump. If there was any bad sectors, they show up here as bad sec, and then you can also see these inner rings with the manufacturing data, but we don't actually care about that for right now. So that's why a cryoflux or a magnetic flux imager like the SuperCard Pro is so nice to have. So disk3.img, because I am expecting Vines to have copy protection. So there's an entire interesting history of dealing with Brain. Work with me. You know, the entire codge industry of breaking copy protection and seeing if it's and basically working with it. That's interesting. You notice how there's this sector reads past the this disk might be marginal because see what these gaps here are? These are the spaces between sectors, and you can actually narrow them, but you notice that there's data written into the sector gap on this one ring, so this disk may be marginal, but it did no, one bad. We lost a sector on this disk. Where's the bad sector? I don't see it. It should show up as a red band. Yeah, we got a bad... That one was a bad dump. Or, I shouldn't say bad dump, but it didn't read properly. Let's see if we can find that bad sector, because it may be in an area of the disk we don't care about. Alright, let me export it. There is a way to deal with this. So let's go with... let's see here, disk 4. It just shows that these disks don't last forever. And I actually like Taco Bell. It's one of those guilty pleasure things that sometimes, like after DEF CON 201, on my way to the PAF station, I will actually hit the Taco Bell because it makes me happy. So yeah, we lost a sector on that one. That is unfortunate. Now maybe it's still usable. We'll find out. And we can probably repair the sector from and copy another one of the Windows disks. Okay, see this one we got a proper dump, no sectors, and you see that there's nothing odd about it. So one thing at a time. Sarah, where are you based? Are you in Canada or when you say up there, it's like when I think up there, I think Alaska because I used to live in Alaska, and I gotta tell you, life in Alaska is interesting. So 5 discs down, 1 to go. Right, load, and then let's get disc 6. So that is unfortunate. We do have a bad sector, but the thing is that usually with bad sectors, when you're dealing with degraded media, it's usually because literally 1 bit got flipped. So if you look at the magnetic flux data, and this will probably be another HACK-ALT-NCOMMANDER. I have to learn how to do this properly. If you can find where the bit got flipped, you can actually repair the sector because MFM encoding basically depends on a perfect stream of data being written from start to finish. So that's kind of so that's the other advantage of using this type of disk dumper and just taking a sector dump. So let's see here. All right, so that's disk 6, and we are going to save. MG. That was Sarah. That was a few discs ago. That was disc 4 that had the problem. Was it disc 4? Okay, let's load it up. Yeah, see, it says 1 bad, but oh, there it is, right there at the end of the disc. I didn't spot that before. So if we look at that, it's hard to tell where that is. We would have to literally take the file system apart, figure out what this track and sector belong to, and then work from there. Because I'm not... Let's see here. Yeah, and I'm not used to using these tools. This is something I would need to practice a while before I do it on stream. But I really would like to get more into data preservation. But you can see that how it talks about XY position. That being said, because this is near the end of the disk, it's probably not a problem. Yeah. Well, this is sector 77. As far as the PC is concerned, a normal 3 1/4 floppy disk has 80 tracks. There's actually there's manufacturing tracks beyond that. If we go here, that you can see at the base level. That's this very inner ring here, which isn't always used on most disks. That's why I'm not concerned that that's red. So, okay. There is a way we could probably work it out with Norn Utilities. Again, that's a stream for another night. Right now, we're going to just get the disks dumped. If there's something more seriously wrong, I'll figure it out, and we can do it as a learning experience because I always value the insight chat has. So, since we've got these all converted, let's make sure that they're all in the right format. And I will upload these files after the stream. Let's see here. 5, 6. Hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Interestingly, they don't have different labels on them. I will upload these files to the Internet Archive. So if people want to collaborate to try and recover that sector, I would be really interested in doing that. It does look like we got a partial read on it, so it's probably fixable. It's just going to require a little bit of trial and error to find that broken sector. And the odds are this version of Windows has been dumped before, so I'm not too worried about. So anyway, here's our VM again. So I say we just go for broke and we try and install this. So let's bring that back up. So, we get to look at the really gaudy file manager in this version of... because remember, this is an upgrade version of Windows. So, setup. Although I am curious on what actually makes an upgrade version different from a regular one. And I'm guessing it's just stuff in setup.inf right here. Yeah, it's not gonna let me open it, but let's try this. So if we run setup, this application requires a newer version of Windows. What? What? It's an upgrade version of Windows. Okay, fine. We'll just do it from DAWs. Happy thoughts. Happy thoughts. I am in my happy place. Yeah, happy thoughts. Happy thoughts. Okay, so ready to install Windows 3.1. We're going to do custom setup. Okay, it's going to do the upgrade path. That's fine. It's fine. Actually, I do want to try one thing. If we try install without giving it an upgrade folder, it should error out. And I do want to try that. Or maybe this was just labeled as an upgrade. Let's see here. Yeah, interesting. It's not actually complaining or saying it needs to be installed over another version of Windows. So maybe there's no actual differences here. It's something I'll look in more in depth. So let's do a custom setup. We'll let it run the upgrade. And we'll let it copy the files. So it's interesting. Hold NCommander's brain firmly like hamburger. Yeah, that's a pretty good description of my brain. But, you know, this is like the thing that drives me crazy about hoarding is that a lot of discs, they degrade over time. A lot of people that hoard, you know, things like this, they never dump it properly. So many things have gone lost because of it. So it's why I make a point to make sure all the stuff I do gets preserved in some way. I mean, all things considered, I consider it very lucky that things... Well, that's interesting. Normally, when you install Windows 3.1, and I know this because I've done it far too many times, it doesn't ask for disk free on the command line. This suggests that there is, in fact, some differences with this version. Although it could also be because this is an upgrade. I don't do the upgrade thing very often. Because upgrading in place on Windows is a bad idea. But that's interesting. Why is that... Oh, interesting. And it also preserved the colors. So let's do NCommander DC201. So when we get sued, I can make sure I can take all my accomplices with me. Continue. Yeah, see, this all looks normal. But that's interesting that it copied disk free. That does suggest that there is something different about this version. We are going to have to do a more in-depth investigation here. Not tonight, but we will. So while that's copying, I need to go bug someone on Discord who... First, I lost my music. Hold on. You know what? No, let's change that track. Let's see here. I just dropped a line to someone that I know that really wants to be here for me dumping vines. So if they don't show up, they don't show up. But I do hope that we can make NCommander Disk Dumping Hour a regular thing. And if anyone is based in New York City or is happy to mail me stuff, I will preserve your floppy disks for you. Obviously, I'm interested more in older software, but feel free to hit me up on Twitter, drop a line. So, WinFreeze. Is that the one with Bomber? The one that makes Don't Copy That Floppy look like a work of art? Okay, so that was disc 4. It so far has not complained. So I'm hoping that disk fell within the area that doesn't have any actual data. And it might be fun to run autopsy on these disks. But one thing at a time. Like if you run autopsy on an OEM PC-DAWS 2 disk, you actually find bits of email and DAWS source code on it. I actually have a copy of PC-DAWS 3 coming, so it's we might even try that because I'm curious of the truth of that. and what we'll be able to dig out with autopsy, because they didn't delete the disk, they didn't format the DumpMaster properly. So that upgraded. Okay, you can make the changes to config.sys. That's fine. It's fine. This is fine. Okay, well, that worked. That's interesting. So the reason I said that, the reason I'm curious on why when we upgraded from Windows free.zip that it gave that message is that is what's called a family mode binary, that there's both a DOS and a Windows side to it. So we can now see, doing the upgrade, we got a few additional applications. Like now we have Reverse C in addition to Minesweeper and Solitaire. We got new icons. I'm curious what else got preserved. I don't think there was anything really major across those versions. But what version of Windows are we running? I was right. Look, Microsoft Windows Program Manager version 3.11. I was right. This is a later version. This is not the typical Windows 3.1. This is 3.11 without 4 workgroups. That is neat to have that on floppy disk. This version was such an urban legend until a dump showed up. And there's the dump. As far as, no one's ever been able to find any other major changes about this version, but we did, but I mean, I was right. There was a difference. Let's see here. Yeah, yeah, well, I use Windows for Workgroups a fair bit, but the fact that I was able to identify this, because if we look at the floppy disks, let me bring the webcam up full screen. Let's see here. Full webcam, please. If we look at the actual floppy disks, come back to the dark side. I don't know how well this will show up. Come on. It says version 3.1. It doesn't say 1.1. The only reason I picked up these discs in the first place is that they had copyright 1994, which is unusual for Windows discs of this vintage, or Windows 3.1 discs. And that's why I had a sinking suspicion of what it may be. So, well, I'm going to post about that to Facebook, because it amuses me that I have this. Because, you know, it's like I've gotten really interesting. If you look really closely at photos of random lots of discs, you can find so many interesting things. So it's 10 minutes to 9. I don't want to crack the shrink wrap until 9, because I said I was going to do it at 9, and some people might join late. So what can we do between now and then? What can we do that takes... where the hell did my emulator window go? I guess we could play. We could do a let's play of Minesweeper. Let's see here. I'm actually not bad at Minesweeper. Wow, that's a 4. That's a 4. So these two, it's got to be. This one's got to be okay, and it was. Yeah, because these two have to be mines. See. Smart Monitor. Okay, I can talk about that. So Smart Monitor is actually the advanced settings for the Smart Drive. And Smart Drive is a DOS cache. So back in the days of old, disks were this big giant thing that spun around in circles using very powerful motors. It's pretty much why ATX power supplies have a 12-volt line on it. That and RS-232. So memory was becoming cheaper and cheaper, and for someone that's playing that only uses WordPerfect, you don't need all those 8 megabytes of RAM. So someone had the great idea of, why don't we use part of your memory as a disk cache, and then we can release it as need be. And so that's what Smart Drive came from. I think Smart Drive, was it in DOS 5? I do not remember if it was in DOS 5. I want to say it was, but I'd have to actually install DOS 5 to check. DOS 6 was the one that has all the extra add-ons, and it also has these utilities which integrate with Windows. So, you know, oh, interestingly, the icon actually changes in real time. Oh, wait a minute, hold on. Wait a minute. Why is this staying on top? Oh! Hold on, wait a minute, I need to see something. So if I minimize this... So this one just floats on top like that. That is weird. Yeah, you could say it's an ancestor of Resmon. It's not something that shipped with Windows. This was installed by DAWs. If we open FileMan, and we go to the DAWs folder, why do we have a test? Oh yeah, I remember why we have a test. We can probably find it in here. Yeah, there it is, SmartMon. And there's Smart Drive. Windows 3.11 added even deeper integration with Microsoft DAWs. For example, it has a UI for drive space. Man, who remembers drive space? But, you know, while we're here, we've got 7 minutes until it's unboxing time. So while we're here, why don't we take a closer look at that setup.inf file? Because I am really curious about it. And at least, you know, even though we did not get a perfect dump, at least... here. So here's setup.inf. Let's make an association with Notepad, because that should work. Because usually with more modern versions, I hate this error. I hate that error. I really do. Fine, we'll use write, because. Okay, there we go. No conversion. Except now it's not in a true type font. How do I turn you? You need to be a monospaced font. Let's see here. Font. Courier new. Okay, whole document. That doesn't help. That doesn't help. Okay, that's fine. Fine. You know, we'll just. Okay. Okay, everything is fine. This is good. That's interesting. There's actually OEM discs here referring to. I'm curious if there's anything in here. Like, if I wanted to slipstream new drivers onto this. Wait, actually, that's a difference. Hold on. I just spotted a difference with this version of Windows. No. Change system settings. There's more display drivers in this version. Yeah, look, there's the Super VGA. I know for a fact that normal Windows 3.10 does not have the 800 by 600 driver, because I just had to install this the other day on the ThinkPad, and I had to use an add-on disk. I know for a fact that that is not in the standard install. It is in Windows for Workgroups. So there are actual changes in Windows 3.11. This is probably... Actually, that makes a lot of sense that they did like a later OEM release with additional drivers for VESA. But those OEMs did not want to pay the extra surcharge for Workgroups part, even though it was more stable. You know, I'm curious. If we go to Control Panels and we go to 386 Enhanced... Yeah, like, for example, the... Oh, no, look, there's 32-bit disk access. So there is actually a fair number of changes, even though this is unticked by default. So let's make changes. Using 32-bit disk access and battery-powered portable computer may be unreliable. Man, that might be dusty. Yeah, it turns out that Windows used to have problems with suspend and resume because it was not standard. Back in the days of APM and everything sucking. Okay, let's try this. Well, it didn't crash. And you know what? We can actually let's increase the color resolution, because that will get rid of the dithering of the theme that we imported from Windows 3.1. And we'll make it appear in the colors it should actually be in. So So let's switch to Super VGA. That is really weird. There isn't, so there are actual differences here. I am really happy we investigated this, because sometimes I guess you never know what you're going to get until you dump it. So put disc 1 in. So everything still sucks. It's 2020. We did get a new book of the Dresden Files. I mean, it doesn't make up for the rest of the year, but that's interesting. What file is it looking for? How's the disk be? It can't. I think the files it's looking for, it's gotta be on a different disk. I think there are bugs on this. That is interesting. Fascinating, as Mr. Spock would say. I would have to go through all the disks and find the one with the drivers then. It probably would be on disk. I'm guessing it'll be on disk 3, because the way Windows handles this is that in the setup.oef in file, there's a list of every file that has the disk. Every file that has the disk. Wow, language hard. There's basically a directory of every disk, all the files on each disk that's always on disk 1. And the reason I know about this, see, if I put disk 2 in, it actually had the files it wanted, is that some of the versions of Windows on weird media, like Windows 95 on 5 1/4 floppies, or Windows 3.0 on low density floppies. Ew, look at that. An error occurred trying to initialize the video adapter. Probably because I have a crappy video adapter in PCM. Let me reboot it. We are 2 minutes until D-Day, or Shrinkwrap Day. You know what? We're going to move stuff over to the desk. Or let me see here. How's the best way I can do this? If I angle this down, and I turn on this lamp here, do I get enough light that this will work? That lamp doesn't work. Let's try the other lamp. Because I do want to... I get a little bit of light. But that doesn't help. Yeah, because you can barely see. Alright, let me see if I can move this to a better location. So, now we're going to see if NCommander can move his stuff without without dying. I bring this... Yeah, if I bring this over here, this will work. Hold on one moment, folks. Okay. Can we move this without dying? What's that look? That's actually... Okay. The webcam can't see me, but that's fine. Sort of. Folks, how do I sound? Because at the moment I can't hear you, and let me pull the chat up on my laptop. Because this is where we can do the unboxing. Okay, alright, I can see myself on the other screen. Let me bring chat up. So, chat, what are your thoughts about this? Audio. Okay. I can see chat. Hi, chat. God, this is weird. I've never streamed from the couch. So, here is the box. Here are the scissors. What I know about this box is it's sealed and hopefully it's visible. This says BANYAN Disk Assembly Software Assembly 5 1/4 5.0 820 something, which is probably a serial number. I don't know if my dongles match, so I think it's time we start snipping. God, my anxiety. The license agreement on this thing is ridiculous. I should probably read it, but it might get used against me. All right. Okay. The plastic has been cut. God, this box has been sealed for 30-something years. I feel like this is like the scene from Ark of the Covenant. So here's the license agreement. Interesting, they give you 2 copies of it. I'll make sure to put scans of this up. And then here's, let's put this lower down. You can tell I've never done an unboxing video before. So here's the media case. And we have a lot of floppies. There was some debate if there was going to be floppy disks in here or if there were going to be a tape backup. So let's see what we've got in here. Holy cow, getting these out is easier said than done. They're in there quite well. Oh man, that's a lot of discs. So there's 2 piles of discs here. So this is install. So there's 21 discs. 2 install discs, and I'm guessing the rest is the operating system, because I have seen there is a partial dump of Vines that has the boot discs, but they expect to install from a tape backup unit. So this version doesn't have a tape backup. This version is all 5 1/4 discs. That has a lot of floppy disks. And I don't know if they're high or low density. So, here we go. Well, folks, let me see what chat has to say. Folks, I think it's time to start doing the dump. So let's get these piled up. Let me move back to the desktop, because I have in fact kept my promise that we were going to unbox it. We've unboxed it. Now it's time to dump it. Okay. Well, that was both fun and terrifying. So I'm going to take odds in chat right now. Is how good are these going to be? What are the odds that we're going to get a successful dump on 21 5 1/4 floppy disks? The discs. So I'm. Let me see. Can actually do it. Or sort of. Good. Why won't you focus? Focus, damn you. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So these actually have held up surprisingly well. My biggest concern is that the plastic cover, the jacket, could have fused to the cookie, and if I put it in the disc, it won't spin and could tear itself. So I want to just turn the inner ring by hand. Okay, yeah, that's turning freely. Let's dump it. So I have no documentation for Vines, so we are completely completely flying blind here. Alright. Let's go back to full screen capture. This is my heart. My heart is doing this thing where it's like, this is fine. Everything is fine. Shoot. Right. I was dumping discs. I probably closed the tab that had everything set up because, of course, I did. Okay. PCM. Wrong thing. It's in disk utilities. SCP. SCP dump. Let's make a new working directory. So the problem with dumping 5 1/4 discs is I have to, let me put my headphones back on, is I have to give it what's called the end track, because the drive can't seek it properly on its own. It'll just start clanking against the stop. I think 80 is the correct number. I know it's correct for low density. I don't know if these are high or low density. 5 1/4 discs, I don't think you can tell by looking at them. Let's pull up the browser. Let's see here. What I want is 5.2 disk geometry, because what I want to know is the number of tracks it should have. And I want to say it's 80. It's 80 tracks with a different number of sectors. So if we look here, 5 1/4 systems. First ones were single density, single size, single density. Double the tracks to DS, QS. So let's see here, and then the high density ones were 80 cylinders, 15 sectors per track, 15 sectors per track. So it was still 80, was it? Yeah, it's still 80 tracks with more sectors on it. So dumping with the E80 option is the correct way to do this. So E80, A drive, retro, archive, Banyan, install 1 SCP. What did I do wrong? Oh, it helps if I give it. Okay, it's going. It is in fact going. We are in full like. Oh, why is my chat not? Yeah. Okay, so Sarah, these are high density. Although I do have some discs that have the hub ring. Because I don't think the hub ring is necessary, but we'll see. Okay. Well, that's staying. Oh, of course, now the colors come out fine. So I'm going to dump the first install disk, and we're going to check this one by hand. Let me get that out of the way, because there are so many unknowns. There is virtually no documentation on vines on the internet. So it makes it that much more interesting / difficult / crazy. Like, I want to do an entire thing about exploring street talk, but one of the things I know about Banyan is that they shipped what I do know is it's a derivative of Linux, or not Linux, Unix. It's a I think there's some code heritage from Xenix, but there's so little information about this in general. It's very hard to tell anything. So let's get that on there. Let's open the install 1 disk and let's take a look. Here. Yeah. All right, let's do a track analyzer. So track analyzer. 0 sectors. Did it not read? Oh, hold on. View mode. I don't think it dumped correctly. Yeah, no, 0 sectors is all bad. I should have gone something, even if this was not correct, or the disk has gone completely... No, wait, I don't want dummy disk, I want real disk. Okay, this is going to be easier said than done. Yeah, it's not even reading the tracks correctly. I could tell there are ways to do it. Unless this is a low density drive, but I've never... The problem is I don't have any test 5 1/4 floppy disks for this. So it is possible I have a low density drive, but low density 5 1/4 drives were not exactly common. This one came second. Well, they were common, but because I've used the 5 1/4 drive, but I only dumped low density. I'm just thinking about this because I'm really scared I'm going to damage this media. I get one chance at this. And reading a high-density disk in a low-density drive should not damage it. Alright, let's go to Google. So, I use the SCP dump utility. 5 1/4, 1.2. Why is this? Why did I get a bad dump? You know, of course, I don't get any good results here. Super Card Pro. So it's a larger... Admittedly, my firmware, I think, is... What firmware do I have here? No, I have firmware 1.2, that's correct. So install requirements. This talks about running... This is with their official software. Keep going. I mean, what's the copyright date on this? Copyright 1992, so these should be high-density disks. Or I would expect them to be high-density disks. Let's see here. Okay, let's see here. N-track. Let's do TPI. 48, run at 300 RPMs, low-density, high-density mode. Run at ear speed. Jumper settings, density select driver, here, so numerous jumpers on the drives. Here, D1, D2, D3. So the drive select's correct because the right disk works. It's possible I have a low-density drive and I didn't realize it. I would expect to get something more than that. So drive B, dump 80. Yeah, I mean, for the time period, these should almost certainly be high-density disks. They could be low density. But even Microsoft wasn't shipping low density at that time period. So, Unit B, revs, RAM test. Chat, you got any ideas here? Because I am coming up slightly blank. Last track to dump. Let's just try trumping one track. Let's see what happens. Unless it's some sort of concrete protection that this can't deal with, but I'd be very... An installed disc has to be bootable. One disc, two sides. Yeah, 0 sectors, all bad. Unless you're a non-standard encoding, that actually could be it. Hold on. Yeah, the disc looks fine. It says AT. The original IBM PC AT shipped with a high-density drive, 1.2 megabytes. Give me a moment. Let me look at the drive a little closely. Let's see here. I just want to see if there's jumpers on this. FD 55BR. Okay, so it's a Teak FD 55BR. Teak 55BR. Let me see here. Oh, it's a 40-track drive. God, frig. It is a low-density drive. Wait, hold on. Yeah, okay. That is, in fact, a low-density drive. Because that's, in fact, the drive. Get my headphones in here. Yep, track. Well, that's a problem. Okay, so as it turns out, my 5 1/4 floppy disk being low density, I can't dump these disks. Not yet. So let me put these back in the box. All right, folks, I'm back. That is a little frustrating. That is really frustrating. I'm hoping... There's no way I could have damaged that disk. It wouldn't be able to read, but I can't imagine it doing anything bad. Okay. Well, as it turns out the second part of trying to do this stream didn't happen because I can't dump the discs with the hardware I have. I bought test discs and well, that was a rookie mistake. That was a legit rookie mistake. So, all right, I guess we're winging it. We could install OS 2. I am going to have to go hunt down an actual 5 1/4 high density floppy drive. This is actually not a bad thing to have because some disks will not read correctly in what's called a 96 TPI drive. So this is still a good thing to have for dumping some media. It's just not what I need right now. Which is a little disappointing, but what can you do? Why am I not... Is no one chatting, or did my chat break? Yeah, I think my... let's see here. All right. So, given Plan A just went up in smoke, we could do OS2 on... we could install OS2. I have all the files to do so. It's just... yeah. Okay. We could do OS2. We could investigate the changes between the drives, versions of Windows. Or we could... Let's see. Let's take a look at the... What do we have in the archive folder? Let's see here. Remove... Let's look in the... VMs folder. Not VMs. Let's look at the software. So we've got multiple versions of OS2 here. A few versions of PC-DOS. We could look at older versions of Windows. I have 2.0. I don't have 286 of 386. I've got a copy of Back Office. And I also have a copy of Visual J, although I don't really want to unseal that one tonight, but I also feel like I should make up for it. Make up for this not quite going as planned. So let's put it to a vote, folks. Do we want to go back and follow up installing Windows 3.0 on early OS 2? Or do we have any suggestions on what else we could do? We could dig into Windows 3.0 a bit deeper. Or we could continue with a Let's Play Solitaire, or I could just fire up Minecraft for a while. Folks, the choice, as they say, is yours. Do 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 do. I am really leaning towards doing the OS2 because that one just seems kind of fun. We'll just have to install. We'll have to deal with all the fun of setting up the diagnostics disk. Although the 1.3 should probably just work just fine. Yeah, you know what? We're going to do that. I think there was some interest in seeing it earlier. What are you putting this on? What am I putting what on? Okay, so I think we're going to. We need to. Let me switch. What's my view? Yeah, okay, I'm on the right view. Let's. You know, we just need to slow the processor down. It should be okay with 75 and 16. We'll see. We're going to do it with a VM. The noodles, I don't know if you caught it. We tried to dump BANYAN Vines. I did the unboxing. I put the discs in. And it turns out I accidentally have a low-density 5 1/4 floppy drive. And I'm a little bit slightly worried that trying to read the disk in that drive could have damaged it. Although I don't see how. I'm just being paranoid. So let's do it. Let's install OS2. Because at this moment we are officially winging it. We are officially winging it. Please give me my cursor back. There we go. So software, OS2 1.0 standard edition. Put the install disk in. OBS. There we go. All right, let's do this. Let's see here. Okay, there we go. Operating system 2. So we're running half an operating system. This is version 1.3 from 1991. So this was released in the interim period between Windows 3.0 and 3.1. So, and you know, it'll be interesting to tour this. We had the very first or second OS HACK-ALT-NCOMMANDER. We did OS2. So here, this will let me dual boot if I just so choose. And wow, it's really a period of the time. It says you can dual boot with DAWs version 3.2, 3.3, or 4.0. Okay. So, but no 5.0 or 6.0. Do we use HSPF or FAT? We're going to live dangerously, and we're going to go with HSPS. So this has all gone well. This has all gone planned. They use this gray installer for such a long time. Okay, yeah. So you can format the primary partition. That's fine. You can format. There should be a great sound of a hard drive going blah 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 blah. It is always sad that there are a few VMs. Lisa M, for instance, actually emulates the sound of a floppy disk drive. So, but most VMs do not emulate the sounds and experience, the wonderful aroma of the magic smoke coming out of your electronics as they escape. So, let's see here. PC DAWs 6 and 7 has the same installer as MS DAWs. For all I know, they borrowed that from OS2. So let's see here. We will accept the predefined. So how do I have a IBM PS2 display adapter? This VM has a VGA adapter. Can I please? I'm pushing enter. Oh, God, that is awkward. So you highlight it, you push space, and then I think that means it's checked, and now I can do enter. And then I can do PS2 mouse, accept configuration, transferring files. MS-DOS 5 had the blue one, but I didn't think IBM had any. No, I think PC-DOS 4 was the first one with a graphical install, because PC-DOS 3 had the select utility. 4 had select, but it had the blue installer, blue or gray installer. I've never actually tried running PC-DOS 4, but I'm pretty sure that's where it is. I want to say MS-DOS 5, that installer was a Microsoft concoction, specifically to match the installer that was in DR-DOS. So that is something for another thing. Another project I have on my to-do list is actually taking the open source gem release from Caldera and trying to compile it. I know it is compilable, but a lot of the old stuff about gem have disappeared off the internet, so I do want to get that preserved. So A drive is not ready. What? I am not having floppy disk errors in an emulator. No. No. No, I am not. This is not my life. This is not my life. This is going to work. If I have disk failures inside an emulator, I'm just going to kind of cry in the corner. I have the debug window up so I can see it actually reading. I don't think... Yeah. And you know, I just realized this is like floating up here. You come down here. You come down here. You go over here. Okay, and now we're on the disk 3. Change drive letter free, disk 3. Let's see here. So, side pocket, here's what happened. So, I unboxed Vines on camera, which I was. I put the install one disk in the drive. I tried to read it, and I got all zeros back. As it turns out, the 5 1/4 floppy drive I bought off eBay, which I had tested, is not a high definition a high density drive. Which, you know, it hadn't even occurred to me to test that before the stream. So, what can you do? You know, it literally had not even crossed my brain until we were trying to figure out why it wasn't working. So, there's that. I keep, you know, I'm being paranoid. It's like, is there any possible way that something could have gone wrong. You know, any possible way I could have damaged the disk, but I don't think there could have been. So, yeah. I'm in my happy place right now, or I'm trying to be. So, okay, so we're 4 disks into IBM OS 2 1.3. We're going to take a pretty good look. Maybe for next May, which will mark the one year of HACK-ALT-NCOMMANDER. No, your disk drive is fine. Just retry. We might do something crazy like upgrade for every version of OS 2, because there's plenty of people that have upgraded for every version of Windows. But how many people have upgraded for every version of OS 2? So, okay, 5 disks. OS 2 doesn't take that long to install. I should note that we are emulating a Pentium-based machine. So this is going to run a lot better than it would on... Well, Pentium was actually out at that time period, but OS 2 is really a dog on most of the hardware that would have been available at that era. So, but we're not really going to be making fun of OS 2 today. So we put the install disk in. PowerPC. I would love to run OS 2 for PowerPC. It only runs on prep-based machines and a very small subset of those. So it is what it is. I am still really... Okay. I have a possible contact where I can get a high density drive. So the battle continues. I mean, let's see here. So insert presentation manager driver disk 1. So driver disk 1. Enter. It helps when you push enter in the VM and not in chat. Look at that. Look at all those drivers. This was like the biggest problem of running OS 2 in the day. Nothing had drivers. But we don't have a printer. So, okay. Yep, IBM null. We don't have a support disk. Interestingly, it didn't use all the disks. So eject. And then let's give it the 3-finger salute. Okay, let's see if it'll boot. Let us see if it boots. Oh man, that is screen flicker. So this is OS 2 1.3, and my god is it ugly. So you can definitely see that Windows 3.0 definitely took a lot of, shall we say, hints from this. But, you know, there's, you know, because this is right before the Microsoft IBM divorce. This is 1990. The divorce was finalized in 1991. You know, if we had Extended Edition installed, I could set disk mirroring. I could install LAN Manager. But what we're going to do is we're going to play with Windows 3.0 under OS 2. I have to hit yes to actually quit. And we're going to explore this and then check out some other things. So control panel, like you can really see if we had Windows 2.0 installed, this would be very, very similar. Actually, you know, I just realized I do have one bit of OS 2 software handy, although I don't have a CD-ROM drive for driver for OS 2, so I don't think I can use it. Yeah, this VM has a CD-ROM drive, but I don't have an E drive to use it. But we saw the file manager for Windows 3.0 earlier, and you can really see the resemblance. But we can, once we install 3.0, we'll really see it. So the biggest kiss of death on early OS 2 was this. You had exactly one DOS box. You could only run one DOS box. So if I hit Control Z, come on, register. I suspect the key shortcut's conflicting. you had one DAWs box shared across all VMs, so you could have exactly one DAWs application and then all your. How do you get out of this? There is a way. Uh oh. I can't send the correct key shortcut to get out of this. Let's see here. If is there something in PCM to send the correct shortcut? It would be nice. Houston, we have a problem. Let's see here. If I type help, does it say anything? So Alt Escape. Oh, there it goes. Apparently you just have to hit it a bunch of times. Yeah. So like I said, the biggest kiss to death here is while you could run multiple OS2 windows like this, it was limited to a single DAWs penalty box. And because at this time, DPMI did not exist or was in the very early stages of existing, you could run no protected mode software under OS2 in this. So your DAWs compatibility was extremely limited. When we tried this with OS2 1.0, I actually had a lot of trouble finding any software that could work at all. Now, one big thing that Windows, and that was sort of what made Windows 3.0 so successful, was that you could run multiple DAWs set things, and if you're on a 386, you could run them with minimal performance penalty and for a lot lower RAM. That feature originally came from Windows 286, 386, which also did what IBM couldn't. But basically, IBM was completely hamstrung until 1993 with DAWs backwards compatibility because of their mandate that they support the 286. And that's my brain going. So if we go to File Manager, I am actually curious if the setup program is a family mode application, because it might be, actually, now that I think about it. So we run setup. Yeah, no. Okay, so let's open the penalty box, and I will fix the view in a moment. So if I type set, there it goes. Maybe. So this was officially supported by Microsoft. The ability to install Windows under OS2. When OS2 came later, that came in IBM OS2 2.0 as the final bit of the IBM Microsoft divorce. I just realized that was clipping. There we go. So let's... I know we've already done this tonight, but we're going to do it again because screw it. We're doing OS2 and Windows. We're living the dream here. We're running multiple OS2 apps with Windows. I mean, if I hit, assuming it works, you know, I can switch back to OS2, and that's still going. Yes, and you cannot run DAWs sessions in a window in this version of OS2. There is a reason. The biggest win, and I'm going to put that in quotes here, for OS2 was it was decent as a server platform. The IBM LAN Manager was based on OS2 before Windows NT would eventually become a thing. So there is some good here. Not a lot, but there is some. So, let's see here. The network software has not been installed. Networking options will not be enabled. Now, there's a warning I didn't expect. So, okay. I love that it keeps changing resolutions, and OBS being OBS, I have to adjust it every time it does. This is 1990 problems, dealing with the disk resolution stuff. So there is some weirdness when you run, or I've been told there's some weirdness when you run Windows 3.0 under OS 2. But we're going to see. And we could even, if we really got ambitious, although I'd have to track down a copy, is we could even run Windows 3.0 for multimedia PCs. Because that was in fact a thing as a separate addition between Windows 3.0 and 3.1 that basically added all sorts of sound. It added screensaver support and lots of other things. So I am really frustrated about that. I'm sorry I can't get past that. It's like, I feel like I've made a rookie mistake. Okay. Alright, so I guess for my eBay shopping list, find a new drive and some software to dump before I try the software I actually care about. Because there would be nothing worse than trying a disk you care about and then it getting mangled. So, alright, so that's 5 disks in. So, I am curious what networking software this could possibly have supported. Yeah, I know, live and learn. You know, I'm thinking about this right now. So, NetWare was a thing at this point. NetWare 3.0 was a thing, as well as 2.0. 1.0 NetWare is so rare, it's never been dumped and there's almost no documentation. Even the manuals haven't been scanned as far as I know. So, right. There was IBM PC LAN Manager, which is something I actually do want to check out, but it's easier said than done, because one thing that was kind of a weird is that Microsoft, let's see here. Okay, so we did read this in the README. Do not let this make the changes here. And then install. You can set up applications. Can't read from drive C. That's concerning. Okay, so it found some things. It found basic. Okay, there's the README. Restart Windows. Why does it keep complaining about networking? We have no network. So even though we're on a 386, I have no mouse. I have no mouse. No mouse pointing device. Change system settings. I have a mouse. I have a PS2 mouse. Yeah, so there's definitely some weirdness because we were running under OS 2. So let's put disk 2 in to change the settings. And let's restart Windows. Okay. We'll take care of that in a minute. So if we go under help, it's running in real mode. That's not useful. If it's running in real mode, let's look at that README file, because there is a way to do this. So we should be able to run in standard mode, if not 386 enhanced mode. So the README might have some useful hints. So notes, using Windows 2.0 drivers, running specific, files are compressed. There's expand. Running out of memory. So the reason why running in real mode is a problem is it's running in the same sort of state that early Windows does. So almost no quote-unquote modern Windows software will work when you're in real mode. So let's see here. Creating the batch file. It's all about 3Com. So that's running above. Here we go. Running from the penalty box. So maybe it doesn't work with OS 2 1.3. Maybe it only works with 1.2. I mean, obviously it's working, but it's not working correctly. see here. God, look at that. Professional Oracle. Imagine running Oracle for DAWs under Windows, under OS 2. That's like real... That's how I feel about that. You know, I just had an idea here. Hold on. We chose to restart. If I force the mode, that was not what I wanted. Yeah, what mode are we in? Yeah, we're still in real mode. Real mode was removed in later versions of Windows. If I give it /S, your computer cannot run Windows in either standard or 386 enhanced mode. Maybe I have to start it from an OS 2 window? Is that... It is possible that is in fact what you have to do. Let me out. There we go. Yeah, let's open an OS 2 command line and take a look. So, let's go OS 2 full screen. Can't complete the process. Was E in this version? Well, it was, but it was... I just realized what's wrong here. Let's... Okay, if we go back to DAWs, and I run setup, this will bring the Windows... If I switch computer, is there an OS 2 option under this? Let's see here. Zenith-based machines, Hewlett-Packard, MS-DAWs, PC-DAWs. I wonder if there's a compatibility here. Because you are supposed to be able to run this version of Windows in standard mode. I've read the README file to do this, except now I can't find the README file to do this. Okay, let's go back. I don't like that I have to hit like Alt Escape like 30 times to get this to let me out. Let's open the text editor. Let us do something almost forbidden but not actually forbidden, and that's read the documentation. F5 refresh. Oh, that's interesting. You hit F5 and you get that. Okay, so because I feel like there's some real obscure option. It's probably in sys.in. It'd be nice if I could grep. Okay, let's go back to the README, and we'll just kind of go right down the line of figuring this out. So there was a product, Citrix was available. This was their early OS 2 product, but WinFrame came later. Temple OS will get me busted. We could do Temple OS on the day we decide that we hate our viewership. So whenever you decide that, Side Pocket, we will in fact do Temple OS. Because frankly, I've already abused myself in so other ways. You know, what else is new? So let's see here. Yeah, so this talks about editing win.in. Let's look in sysin. So this talks about the initialization stuff. Talks about boot, 286 grabber. Because from what I've read about this feature, and like I said, there's almost nothing about it, Windows should come running in standard mode. I mean, the fact that it's running at all is actually fairly impressive, but it's not actually useful. Let's see here. So this talks about Man, remember the days when Windows used to come with actual documentation that told you what all the little options are? So, yeah. I am thinking. All right, let's, there's probably someone that has uploaded the README files, so I could just go through and look at them dynamically. Yeah, they actually used to document all the little odds and ends with Windows. I mean, that's the file I'm reading talks about all the switches that you could set in sys.in. System.in. Microsoft became very abusive to their customer base after the IBM divorce. So Windows 3.0 README OS 2. So let's see here. Okay. Hold on. Click. This is exactly what it talks about. The compatibility box. Compatibility. Yeah, see, this talks about running in the compatibility box, but it's stuck in real mode. If I try like any real application, it won't work unless it was a Windows 1.0 or 2.0 application. I can't run anything specific for 3.0. Like if I tried the entertainment pack, Wait a minute. So my friend Neozed, he dumped WinFrame. And the reason I'm thinking about this is that who did the write-up on this? Was it Citrix multi-user, blah, blah, blah. Here it is, the overview. The reason I'm looking at this is that one of the versions here, yeah, see, this one talks about it. So the WinFrame Citrix product was really unusual. So Citrix signed a deal with Microsoft to create Citrix. And for those who don't know, Citrix is basically fin mode applications. It's X11 forwarding for Windows apps. But they signed that agreement back when Microsoft was still invested in OS 2 back in the early 90s. So the first two versions of Citrix, specifically what was called Citrix Multi-User, was based on OS 2 instead of Windows. Windows NT was still years away from shipping at that point. And, this is what I think I was thinking about earlier. Because if we look, this looks very... If you ever installed OS 2 2.0... that screen should look very similar. And Neo said, basically looked at the version numbers and basically said it came from a pre-release build of IBM OS 2. And this shows it running in standard mode. And I think I saw this screenshot and my brain went bleh. So, yeah. So basically with Citrix, they ship some updated drivers and this OS2K286 file, which basically this is the start of Windows for OS 2, which was a thing from 2.0 all the way until the end times. Okay, I need a drink. I need a drink and then I need to think. Okay, I am slightly curious here. Where's my view? Okay. If we go back here and we go back into Windows, and then I open a DOS prompt. Look! Windows cannot run non-Windows applications under OS 2, so there is in fact specific support for this. I mean, There's so many things wrong with this error message. I feel like this needs to go on Twitter. Windows cannot run non-Windows applications under OS 2, but it is. I'm having a bad idea. I am actually curious on what we could get to run like this. So, one of the very first things I ever did was I actually set up Windows 1.0 and I compiled Hello World for it. Now, I think I still have those files. If I don't, they're backed up, but I don't really want to go through all the disks to find it. Let me see if I have this handy. Oh wait, I just remembered I uploaded this to GitHub, so getting it back. Oh, here it is, Windows 1.0 program. So if we go into File Manager, go to A Drive. Yeah, so that works. This is the Hello World program from Windows 1.0 that I compiled. So, and I did compile a few other ones when I was there, like Font Test. And you can tell that it's definitely a 1.0 application because it acts a little bit odd. Although it does appear to behave better under 3.0 than it does under 3.1. We did see some compatibility issues when I looked at it. And it even comes with the source code to card file, although it's different than the one that shipped in later card files. So if we go to About, yeah, you can see card file version 1.0, copyright 1986. Compiling this was a pain in the butt. It needed so many utilities. So we can run Windows 1.0, and I'm guessing, actually, I think I have some 1.0 software. Hold on. Wait a minute, didn't the README just literally say talking about running the terminal? God. My brain, NCOMMANDER's brain has crashed. Please send an Alt Control Delete my way. If we go back to that README file, if we can go back to this, find OS2 using terminal. Oh, okay, so that's not DAW's terminal, that's the actual terminal application, which is a VT100 thing. Yes, my GitHub is full of scary and terrifying things. I was literally working on documenting how you netboot DAWs from the Novell NetWare server. So there's that. So what would actually, let me see here, what software do I have for this version of Windows? I don't think I have a lot on hand. I mostly have Windows installed for running Windows, not actually running programs under Windows, but maybe I have some bits that we can actually try. Let's see, let me look at my software folder. I've got Lotus 123, that doesn't help. SQL Server for NT, nope. WordPerfect 6.0 for Windows. I wonder if this is a 16-bit application. It should be for the error it is. Let's try it. Let's see if this works. Well, that's progress. The installer launched. Well, it launched and then immediately died. I need that sound effect. Why can't it launch this? Oh, that's why I can't launch it. It needs standard or enhanced mode Windows. Well, I believe that the saying here is your SOL. Okay then. Wait a minute, is it leaking memory or is it just because I have File Manager open? So this is like the most useless thing you could possibly have. So let me explain a little more. So the other problem of running Microsoft Windows in real mode is this is compatibility mode for the 8080. This was the last version that would run on XT-based system. But you couldn't do anything useful with it. Like I said, most Windows 3.0 software would not run. About the only thing that I think I know that will run for a fact is Microsoft Entertainment Pack. It's like the one thing. You could run Windows 1.0 and 2.0. I do actually have a copy of PC Paintbrush because that used to be a retail product, if you can believe it, that Microsoft basically bought to become more modern Paintbrush. So if we open this, P-Brush. Yeah, I mean, this should look familiar to most people from this era. And interestingly, it has an enhanced color palette. But some versions of Windows 1.0 could have enhanced color, and there's suspicion that this program was actually written for Windows 2.0 and then ported. Holy cow, that is lag. Oh man, look at that. Look at that trying to draw it in. Let's go to File Manager. Oh, it is lagging. I think it's going to go under. If I go to Accessories and I open Paintbrush, and we're out of memory because real mode. So I only can do one of these one at a time. So if we look at this Paintbrush, because this, like I said, this was third-party software. This was not part of Windows 1.0. That shipped with a different application, and then we open this Paintbrush. It's either a clone or a really, really similar thing. But I think it's because Microsoft bought the original company. Let's see here. But I mean, that error just sums it all up. So what else could we try? What else do I have? I mean, we could play Solitaire, but we've already done that tonight. And the joke is getting a little old. I am coming up with a blank with potential. I know versions of Office and Publisher ran on Windows 3.0. The biggest death knell to this version of Windows was sound support. That was the entirety of sound support for this version of Windows. We could do Gem. Would people be interested in me trying to compile Gem from scratch? Or any other ideas? Now please make yourself known in the chat. While you do that, I am going to post a screenshot of this rather accursed thing. Just because I like to make the world a weirder place. What? I can't have the about. Can I have WinVer? Was that even a thing in this version? Yes, it was. Okay, so I can have that over here. I can have that over here. There we go. There we go. For your proper cursed screenshot needs, I'm going to post this onto the Twitter. If it'll let me take a screenshot. So let me show you what's happening. I'm trying to take a screenshot of this. Okay, so I click the window. And now I want my cursor back. Take screenshot. And it's taking the chat window that is currently hidden. Okay. Do it like this. I'm gonna post this to Twitter. While I do this, leave some ideas for me in chat. Otherwise, we're going to try and compile Gem. We'll probably go for another hour, and then I'll either play a game and call it early, or we'll see. So we have reached max. Let's see here. How should I describe this? I've gone too far when Windows starts returning errors like this, as seen on HACK-ALT-NCOMMANDER, also known as here. Hold my beer. Twitch.tv DEFCON 201 NJ. And I'll drop a link to that in the chat. Here. Okay. Yeah, I can give you 3 minutes notice. Okay. You know what? I just thought of something else to try. I just don't know how I'm going to try it. So on the Reddit, we'll go full screen here. On the Reddit, if we go to Vintage Computers, someone posted this the other day. Apparently, Microsoft made Word 5.5 for DAWs available as a free download. Now, I actually checked this out. But what they did is they made it available as one giant zip file. So I would need to figure out how to get that into OS2. I guess I would have to find a CD-ROM driver and install it, which is easier said than done. But the version of Word here actually has the OS2 family mode binary, so I'm a little tempted to try it. I don't think it runs as a graphical application, but it might. Yeah, I'm actually let's investigate that a little further. It should still be in my downloads files. Let's see here. Yeah, so there it is. 5.5. Yeah, so the other thing is when I extracted it with, I guess the print 1, print 2 is disk folder names? I don't know. It had a lot of issues, basically, when I installed this. So, if we go to, say, setup dot... Yeah. It says it's an MS-DOS executable, and it's a new executable for OS2 DOS 1.0. So, basically, a lot of Microsoft add-on software, I know it was true for Word and Multiplan, and I also think Project, were what were known as family mode applications. So, for anyone who's ever tried to run a Windows application under DOS, you know the normal message you get is this program can't run under DOS. Well, as it turns out, you can actually make that more or less anything you want, because that's what's called the DOS stub. And that was also true for new executables or any files that were used under OS2. Hold on a sec. Team hydration. Question is, all right, let's just see, because I am curious. Could we find an APIC, CD-ROM OS2? I somehow doubt that this driver exists. It is possible it does, but the disappearing CD-ROM drive of OS2 is a shall we say, it's a well-known problem. There was a lot of people that always would value the floppy disk version of OS 2 because you wouldn't have to deal with the CD-ROM drive disappearing halfway through installation, which was an unfortunate thing. I see something there. IDE CD-ROM drivers for OS 2 2.0, 3.0, so probably wouldn't work. The first CD-ROM drive, MS-CDEX, dates back to 87, so I would think OS 2 would have support. Could be wrong. I could install a newer OS 2 that I know would have support. Oh, here we go. Here's an FAQ. APIC, yeah, okay, so that's like completely useless. The problem is I formatted the file system as HPF. Does the Linux kernel have support for HPFS? I legitimately do not know if the kernel has support for HPFS. Apparently it does have support for HPFS. Let me, like, can I mod probe it? Okay, folks, apparently Ubuntu has support for HSPS out of the box. I don't know what this says, but it scares me. Well, Twitter, getting angry at Twitter is kind of the standard thing. I don't blame you for doing that. But I'm just trying to marvel at the fact that... Come on, let me out. Marvel at the fact that Ubuntu still has support for OS 2's file system in the default install. Also trying to remember how you shut down this version of OS 2, because there is in fact a way to do it. So I don't want to just pull the power if I don't have to. There is in fact a way to shut it down. I just don't know how. Let's see here. Is it under utilities? Was it under lockup? No. I know on later versions you right click on the desktop and that's how you do it. Or is it here in desktop manager? There it is. Desktop shut down. Shut down. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. Shutdown complete. Alright. So let's see if this mythical HSPS support actually works. So let's go mount that hard drive. Let me make sure that I have the view on the... Yes, I do. On the right place. So if we use kpart X, and it is -A, and that is using a Type 45 hard drive. Sudo. I have to verbose it. So it adds a new loop device. Mapper loop15p mount. Why does this support HSPF? I have to mount it read write, but why? This doesn't feel like something that should be supported in 2020. Yeah, okay. Word 5. Copy recursively from downloads. Alright, I guess we're going to be checking out Word 5 for OS 2 because I was curious about that, and I was figuring at some point I would install OS 2 to take a look at it. I don't even know if it'll run on this version of OS 2. I like legitimately do not know. Yes, I know. System disk. Eject. I command you. Okay, so there's OS 2 started up. So the installation options during this is interesting. So if we just go to File Manager, Word 5, this should be a family mode application. It should just work. Yes, it is. Look, it's even running in a window. Welcome to the setup program for Microsoft Word 5.5. To install Word, you need to know the following. The type of graphics adapter you have, the operating system you have. I really hope that you knew what operating system you had. I could be wrong, but I would think that that would be basic knowledge on how thou shall use a computer. I could be wrong, but okay. Let's see here. What else does it want to know? The make and model of the printer you use, if any, and the type of mouse you use. Okay. We're going to set up on hard disk. We're going to install a new version of Word. We're in the United States. Let's see here. You have selected a country where several different keyboard layouts are in use. So Enhanced PC, AT, XT are convertible. I believe it's Enhanced PC. Let's see here. We have an IBM XT, XT80, PS2, IBM compatible. It's not a Tandy. I do find this one very interesting. Safe keyboard support for TSRs and 3270 emulators. For those that don't know, 3270 emulators are from mainframe computers. They're basically the terminal that you use to access mainframe apps. This is a DAWs application, so I'm wondering if at some point there was an official mainframe application for running multiple sessions of DAWs. I know there was for Xenix. I actually have that sitting in a box on the desk behind me. But that's for a different way. So we're just going to go with that. We are VGA compatible. We're not going to install printer drivers. We are going to install the spell check. We'll install the thesaurus. We'll even install word lessons. And we'll customize our settings. There was a you are correct that there was a 3270 PC, but it wasn't able to run. But this would be running DAWs, running to a remote terminal over 3270. So I guess that maybe I have an eBay search for that 3270 PC. I probably have to give up my first few children to ever afford it. But I would love to have it. So, interestingly, the function keys from Word 5 to Word 5.5 changed. And this is one I didn't understand. So, the insert key is the overtype key. That's what modern behavior is. Then the other option is insert from scrap, which is how it functioned in Word 5.0. And I'm wondering if scrap is like a clipboard or if it's like the yank space in Vim. Who knows? And then here's a question that is very interesting to try and answer in this day and age. Describe what you see in the box above. 2 shades of blue and 2 shades of red. Yes. 1 shade of blue and 1 shade of red. That means you have an EGA display. 3 or 4 shades of the same color. That means you have a monochrome display. Or what's called monochrome CGA is usually what that one is. And then you have 1 or 2 shades of the same color, which basically means you have a monochrome display. Or choose this if you have an LCD display. I don't know how to select here because we're emulating a CRT, but we're running on an LCD. So it's like, alright, we're going to choose the LCD option. Last time I did this, I chose the 4 colors. where we use letter and then is copying files. So in Commander, for Word to run efficiently, your system configuration files must be updated. Yada yada yada. The DAWS system files will begin the extension of .old, and the OS2 system files will begin to give an extension of OL2. I find that amusing. Okay, so you can update the system files. And this is a free download from Microsoft. It was on their FTP. So anyone can grab that. So, okay. All right, so let's give the machine a good old reboot. I wasn't expecting to play with OS2 tonight, but here we are. Let's see here. So hit shutdown, and then three finger. So tonight we've learned that Windows is odd. Actually, there is one other thing we're going to check after this. I do want to see if we can install these upgrade disks without actually having to upgrade Windows. So we may install DAWS from scratch. In fact, maybe I'll install. I saw a lot of permission denied errors there. I saw a lot of permission denied. So let's open Word and see. So it's in black and white. That's kind of lame. The mouse works. Yeah, so this is basically an OS2 application running on the console mode. It's not a presentation mode application like you'd expect. I'm going to have to rerun setup to get color. God damn it. I don't want to have to rerun setup to run color. Remember? We're just going to go rapid fire, and we'll run this in full screen mode. But Microsoft had this really big push. Both Microsoft and IBM had this very big push that presentation mode stuff was the future. That was not what I want. That did not do what I wanted. Okay. We have VGA compatible. Is it under print setup? Why won't you let me select my monitor? Alright, fine. I'll... You're going to make me reinstall you from scratch to give me color, damn it. Oh, you're right. Maybe I can. I should try that, but I'll have to go back. Yeah, but this is like one of those reasons that I don't know why they cared. Because Word already existed as a presentation manager application at this point. It also existed as a Word form. So Word for DAWS was a very very niche product, all things considered. So the fact that they would go for the trouble of making it a family mode application that could run under OS2 natively, because we're not in the penalty box. This is a real, and you can see things like RTF OS2. I mean, I can understand the effort for things like compilers, but Word for DAWS, it's like, why? I did see something very cursed in this thing. If we go under View, I found the ribbon. I mean, it's less ugly than the later ones, but it's the ribbon. I want to burn it with fire. But look, there's actual other changes. Run OS2 commands without quitting Word. I've got Presentation Manager. I don't need that. I don't need that. Why is that a thing? Let's see here. So look, here's the display modes. There's lots of color modes here. Let's try 25 with graphics. Word cannot switch the... let's go full screen. Maybe it's having problems because this is not a full screen session. You cannot resize between full screen and not in this version. of OS 2. They added that later. Let's go into colors. Oh, there it is. Color set. Look, let there be color. So yeah, so if you needed to do graphic stuff, I'm guessing you had to do it. There we go. Now we're in graphics mode. But I have no mouse pointer. Because when you run this under DAWs, there is in fact a mouse pointer, and I just realized my screen resolution changed again. Oh, I think I spend more time fiddling with OBS Windows than not. So NeoZ, you missed the unboxing, and you missed the inglamorous end to how that all happened. So we opened the Vines box. There are 21 floppies in it. And I discovered that my 5 1/4 floppy disk is low density only. And it's like, no. Oh, NeoZ, you also didn't see the other part. Hold on. Let me show you why this is actual cursed. Because this is not fully cursed. This is legitimately cursed. You might be able to notice the thing here, but if I exit Word. And then exit. We're running Word 5.5 under OS 2. We're not, you know, we are real proper IBMers here. We are using only IBM supplied things. I probably, god damn it. And again, I have to do the window resize dance. Yeah. So, NeoZ, you would probably know more. There's no way I could have damaged that 5 1/4 disk by trying to read it in a low density drive, because you know far more about this than I do. So let me wait. Let me wait for the things to catch up. This was the guy I poked on Discord, and there's one other cursed thing I want to show you once the chat delay catches up. So, yeah, so, like, if we have it, I'll start up the VM, because I have a VM with this installed. Yeah, so when you're in this box, so there is no mouse support. That is, well, actually, wait a minute. Yes, there is, because I'm using the mouse. He says there's no mouse support as he's using the mouse. Yeah, okay. So I just have to track down a high-density disk, and I'll have to buy something that is high-density. So for fans of the stream, watch this space. The disks are in good condition. So, and there is no tape in there. It's literally all on floppy disks. So there are 2 installed disks and 19 disks with things. So the other thing I wanted to show you, since you were here, I did a thing. I installed Windows under OS 2. This is IBM. This is IBM. So check this out. If you want to see a cursed error message, that is a cursed error message. It is how we're running in real mode. So I'm guessing all the support for WinFrame came from Citrix, because it wasn't here in the retail release of IBM PC 02. MS being MS only supports 1.2 as it was the last. You know, that does make sense. That really it does make sense. Yeah, like I said, it's 21 disks. I tried to image the install disk. I'm just going to have to track down a new drive. All we talk about is Side Pocket. I'm not reading that out loud. No. You know what? I know what your torture session should be, Side Pocket. Your torture session is implementing a blockchain under Windows 3.0 or OS 2. I'll give you the development tools. I'll even give you a fully set up VM. I will make you do crypto barons in real mode. Because I am cruel and unusual. And I'm proud of it. So, NeoZed, it does not go into standard mode. If we actually try and force standard mode... Oh! That was Team Hydration falling. But you know what that's going to make... You know what that's going to end up happening is you're going to make me end up having to implement a blockchain under real mode. It's special bimodal drivers later. Yeah, but you did it under WinFrame. Because earlier we were literally looking through Virtually Fun to find it because that's what I thought. But so, yeah, okay. Anyway, let's go back to OS 2. Let's go back to OS 2. Let us go back to OS 2. So. Release your hold. I don't know why I have to hit like 500 times to make that work. So yeah, so the other thing you missed, NeoZed, is we dumped a copy of Microsoft Windows Update disks that are Windows 3.11 without the 4 workgroups, and I actually found a legitimate change between it and 3.10. So that's that's been the stream up to this point. I feel hydrated. So what to do now? So we could play a game. We could try and compile gem. I was kind of saving that for a special session, but we've been winging it for the last hour and a half. So What do we do? You know what? I've got a stupid idea, and we are going to follow through with that stupid idea. I have a copy of OS 2 2.0 in my software folder. We are going to upgrade in place. Do I actually have a copy of OS 2? I have 2.1. I have 2.1 without the frackin' boot disks. God damn it, I forgot about this. I am having a legit... I'm having a bad idea. I really am. Because, god damn it, I want to do this. Gem is all real mode. No, you are not going to get me to compile gem under OS 2. No, that's a bad idea. God damn it, it's stuck in my head now. Help. Why? Why would you do that to me? So, okay, let me give some context for those who are not super familiar with what we're talking about. So, let me give a little history here. Back in the days before Microsoft was really dominant, there was this thing called CP/M. And to make a very long story short, Digital Research decided to compete with Microsoft for dominance on the x86 platform. So on one hand, you had Microsoft DOS, and on the other, you had CP/M 86. And CP/M really had a lot of trouble getting traction in the market. So Digital Research rebuilt it as Digital Research DOS or DR DOS. Now at the time, MS-DOS was very, very stagnant. So DR DAWs basically was Microsoft had an oh shit moment, as shown by the Halloween documents, and NCommander.com has crashed. Well, I'd probably be a .exe because I'd be a I wouldn't be a tiny mode binary. I say anything more than that and it doesn't end well for me. So, I'm going to play solitaire while I recount. No, actually, I do need to actually show diagrams. So basically, Digital Research DAWs was an attempt to basically shake up the DAWs market, because at that time, Microsoft's DAWs was really limited. So DR DAWs had native multitasking. It had what was called ViewMax, and it had Stacker built right into it for drive compression. Well, those came later, but basically what would happen then is then Microsoft then released DAWs 5, which had all the features that DR DAWs 5 had. DR DAWs 6 bought Stacker. DAWs 6 got double space. You're getting to see where this is. So Gem was their answer to Windows. So Gem was Digital Research's answer to Windows as a graphical task environment. Except Digital Research got sued by Apple for overlapping windows. I am not kidding you. You remember Samsung versus Apple about rounded corners? Apple actually sued Digital Research over the concept of having windows overlap each other and won. But the lawsuit there only affected the x86 version, because Gem was also used on the Atari ST and TT as part of TOS and Gem. It was both from Digital Research. So, yeah. So, when Digital Research finally tapped out, the corpse was bought by Caldera, which both made Linux and were also actually a good Linux distribution, and also, my leg just cramped. Both made a Linux distribution and then started the SCO lawsuits. So, yeah, that was a thing that happened. We are the Borg. I currently am running Ubuntu. I run quite a few Linux distributions. I have Kali and a VM, but right now this computer is just running Ubuntu because I want something I could think about. I didn't have to think about, and I've been supporting Ubuntu and Debian-based things for far too long. I actually have a floppy disk with ViewMax on it. But I kind of want, let's go for broke here. Why don't we check out Gem? So, Caldera, after buying the corpse of Digital Research, began to open source a lot of the early DAW stuff. They open sourced parts of DR DAWs. They open sourced Gem, and then it all went. And then, actually, as it turns out, there was a flood, and most of the source for DR DAWs and such has been lost. There was an entire thread on it on the Vintage Computer forums. So let us see here. Let's find the download. So, and I will drop links in chat. Let's go to OpenGem. Yeah. I know Gem is included on FreeDAWs. So let's see. Let's download. Yeah, I mean, look at these build dates. These build dates are from 2001. I mean, no one's been trying to build this in quite a long time, or do anything. So let's see here. Is there like a more recent version of this? Let's look at FreeDAWs. Let's see, graphical environment. When was the last time this was updated? So this says OpenGem Desktop. Why don't we just install FreeDAWs? We've actually, strangely enough, we have never done FreeDAWs on stream. So, and while I have problems with FreeDAWs, it is a really cool project in general. So let me grab the ISO. Let me let it download. I'm going to just step away from the keyboard for a moment, and then we'll pick this up and we'll explore this a little bit more in depth. So let's take a 5-minute break, or well, more like a 2-minute break. I'll be right back. Yes, we've had a mic mute problem. Whoops. That was a derp moment. I used the hardware mute button because I did. Let's see here. So we have FD, CD, and we'll grab the legacy one. So for those who don't know, FreeDAWs is actually a really old project. I want to say it was, holy cow, that the legacy CD is 400 megabytes. What the hell is on that? What is on that is a 400 megabyte download? Okay, well, whatever. Let's see. Am I still muted? No, I'm not still muted. So we'll let that download. Maybe it's... Let's see here. Wait a minute. Testing 1, 2. So I don't use 86 box primarily because it doesn't work. It has to work through Wine. I've had a lot of issues with it in Wine, so I only use 86 box if I absolutely have to. So what it boils down to is, with 86 box, it has trouble accessing files on the Linux partition, so I have to copy everything into the Wine working directory. Networking doesn't work correctly under it. Not that it works great under PCM, and basically I have to have a reason. And the largest problem I have with it is you cannot hide the menu bar, which is a real headache when I want to do screen captures. I have to crop it. It does in fact have all of JD, all of that. So let's screw it. Let's put the floppy disk in. Let's just try it with the regular CD first. So let's go to retro software. There it is, FreeDOS. Floppy. So the biggest problem I have with FreeDOS is they basically decided to implement the Microsoft API, but they don't implement all of it. And that's by sort of like a conscious decision. For example, we may not... Windows 3.0 and 3.1 will only run in standard mode. It won't run in 386 enhanced mode. And this really bugs me a lot, because DRDAWs was able to reverse engineer and do this, and they also implemented some of the other Microsoft special stuff, but not that. It's basically, you're going to make a clone of DAWs, but you're not going to support one of the biggest applications there was, which was Windows. So it sort of irks me. And it's why I don't recommend FreeDAWs for legacy use. Now, if you are learning how to program, or you want to get used to do programming in real mode or bare metal, programming FreeDAWs is perfectly good for that task, because you have the full source code to the operating system, and most, although not all DAWs software, will in fact work correctly under FreeDAWs. It's some of the protected mode stuff is a little bit iffy, but for the most part, it does work. Okay, so we do need to do a restart. So, yeah, it's really what it boils down to. Like I said, I have a lot of respect for the project, and the VM crashed in the reboot. Because I've done a lot of real mode, low-level programming. What they've done is really impressive. And most DAWs software does work correctly. Like, Ultima 6 will work under FreeDAWs. And Ultima 6 is notorious for not running correctly on basically anything. But it's not a perfect world. Like, if I was to create, one of the nice things I like about FreeDAWs is it can be pixie loaded with a RAM disk. The only way to do that with DRDAWs or MS-DAWs is RPL boot it. DOSBox can do yes, it can. DOSBox can do 386 enhanced mode. They don't make it easy to actually install DAWs in to use actual floppy disks with DOSBox. I remember I had to do it, set it all in DOSBox.conf, and then I forgot to put the CD in. It really helps when you put the CD-ROM in the drive. Just saying. Just saying. Let's see here. Reboot. God damn it. Why does it keep hanging on the reboot? And then it goes into funky resolution mode. Yeah, it wasn't surprised me. I mean, there was a period where a lot of free software was trying to clone what Unix and other operating systems like DOS and Windows were. And then at some point, it really became a more philosophical thing than it became as a practical thing. Because FreeDOS would be I find is the closest thing we'll ever have to an open source DOS. Although Microsoft surprised me when they open sourced DOS 2.0. And that is something I actually do want to do as a project. Maybe not tonight. That's something I'd have to do. There are things I have to do as prep work for some streams. I guess we can do full installation. Although this hard drive is not very big. Okay, we're gonna just let that install. This doesn't look right. I've installed FreeDOS before. This feels like the settings are off. Whatever. The problem with DOSBox is that the upstream for it is not well maintained. The best fork I know of it at the moment is DOSBox X. But DOSBox X is more focusing on getting game compatibility up. It can run Windows in 386 protected mode, but let's just say there's been... the whole DOSBox project has had developer pain. But it looks like it's finally starting to get better. I mean, a lot of people still use the original DOSBox 7.6 release, which, God, I think that came out when XP was still new. I thought that MS-DOS 2.1 was fully buildable and compilable. I thought the guy from the PCJS, the run a PC in your web browser, got that fully working. I could be wrong, but who knows. So what my plan is, just as a heads up, since we're getting towards 11 and my viewership tends to drop off between now and whenever we end, so I figure I'll announce this now. So HACK-ALT-NCOMMANDER is currently on a bi-weekly schedule. So the next stream we will do will be on the 26th. And if you follow DEFCON 201 NJ or me, Foss Firefighter, on Twitter, you'll get the announcements in real time. We are hopefully going to go back to weekly streams in the near future, but I don't know if and when that will happen. Brain broken. What we'll probably be doing is between now and then, I am going to probably troll eBay for a good 5.25 high density floppy drive, and I will also buy something to test it with before I risk those Vines discs again. So, let's see here. No, I'm not shutting down. I'm just announcing it because people are going to start just going to sleep. This is what's happened every time we've done this stream, is that we start seeing viewers drop off around 11 Eastern Standard. So I'm just announcing this now for the future. So like I said, the next stream will be on the 23rd. Between now and then, I am going to try and source a high density floppy drive. If I do it, we will pick up trying to dump Vines and investigating it then. If not, I am open to suggestions on what to do. We could look at compiling Word 1.1. We could play with Gem. We could unbox. So I do have one thing that's kind of nifty that I don't know when I'm going to do an unboxing for, but let me show it. I have Go Unix, and specifically I have I have Microsoft DAWs. Hold on. Microsoft DAWs for SCO Unix. The biggest problem is it's on high density floppies. So, but we can definitely look at Microsoft's solution for running DAWs software on Xenix from before they got involved with IBM OS2. Supposedly, there is a copy of MS-DAWs in that box, and that version has not been dumped. Why does this VM keep crashing every time it tries to reboot? What is it doing? We've seen it reboot plenty of times before this. It's entirely a problem with FreeDAWs. Okay, this is all good. Everything is fine. This is fine. I forgot to eject the floppy disk. Eject. Eject! Hard reset. Eject! Let's see here. I don't know how bad the lag is between chat and whatnot. So let's load Jamex. And okay, welcome to FreeDAWs. I mean, from first glance, it's not that different than MS-DAWs 6. I mean, the utilities, a lot of stuff looks very similar. You know, we have undelete, we have a lot of the utilities they added. But again, because of the same issues, are you kidding me? Is there no... Did Gem not get installed? It's been so long since I ran FreeDAWs, I can't even remember how you check what the package manager is. I am not seeing FreeDAWs here. Or free gem. Is it open gem? New find. Let's see here. Okay. Alright, so why can't... Yeah, I mean, there are some differences, like the press any key to continue. That's not standard DAWs behavior. Did Gem not get installed? Let's see here. dir gem vdie. Yes. I guess Gem didn't get installed. It might not. I installed everything. It might not be on the default install anymore. That's sad. Because when FreeDAWs was being more actively developed, I guess is the word I'm going to go with, like as a real desktop alternative, Gem was kind of their answer to Windows and all of the above. So the fact that it's not included out of the box, despite the fact it is free software, because Gem does include a few things that are not... you know, that's freeware, but or at least they used to. So maybe it's on the legacy disk, but I don't really want to go digging for the legacy disk. So the Mozilla MDN layoffs. Oh man, I haven't fully processed the implications of that. It's a very bad thing for the internet. When it comes to Mozilla, you know, this we're going full show and tell here. So let me explain why this is such a bad thing for the internet. So Mozilla, Mozilla, like with all things, I know there's a Google group for this. Here it is. So Mozilla is basically a lot of what keeps a free and open internet open, because what it boils down to is that there are two real web browsers in the world. You have Chrome, which creates Blink. You technically have WebKit, but I think it's only a matter of time before Apple throws in the towel and migrates to Blink. Plus, Safari is not the amazing thing it was when it first came out. Quite the opposite. I mean, Safari in a lot of ways has become Internet Explorer. Microsoft threw in the towel with Edge. They're now based off Chromium. So you have basically a biopy between Chromium-based browsers and Gecko-based browsers. So when it comes to Gecko-based browsers, the big importance with Mozilla is that all their Mozilla was built around the way Apache works, so there is a lot of, shall we say, bureaucracy in places. But the thing is that everything about Mozilla is done done in the surface. Like, for example, I got Mozilla Dev Security Policy here, and this is where Mozilla deals with all the various certificate authority and TLS stuff. It's really a lot of insight into a world that is otherwise not. Like, when Symantec's big security breach happened, Google basically announced that, oh, we're not going to do X, Y, and Z for Symantec, and we're going to add these restrictions. Mozilla discussed it in public, made sure all the relevant information was in public, and to be honest, a lot of Google's development projects it's the classic case of the Citadel. They don't really accept outside contributions. Like Android's Google posts the source code to Android every major release, but the in-development releases never get released to the public. So I don't think Firefox as a browser is going to disappear into the aether. I do think Gecko is going to continue, but seeing that much of Mozilla get the axe does not give me a lot of help, a lot of understanding that Mozilla is a good and healthy organization at this point. And like I said, while I don't think Mozilla is perfect, they're a hell of a lot more transparent than Google is. I mean, do we really want to live in a future where Google is the dominant player in defying internet standards? Yeah, I heard Servo got laid off as well. I think the only thing that survived the bloodletting was the core Firefox team, but I haven't heard a definitive list of who has and has not gotten the axe. So, I mean, this is what it boils down to, is Mozilla. I just had a stupid idea. Am I going to actually go follow through with the stupid idea? I really shouldn't follow through with the stupid idea, but I'm going to. So, Zool, there is only Zool. So Zool and Zool Runner have some legitimate problems with it. I understand why Mozilla killed Zool and eventually replaced it with Aurora. I don't particularly like Aurora, but I can completely understand why they killed it. So, the biggest problem with... okay, a little context here. Context is everything. So, Mozilla was a little bit more than just a web browser. One of the big things was that it supported user interface independence, and that was the XML user libraries, or Zool. So you could create applications in this Mozilla-based language, which is basically XML, JavaScript, and HTML. It was sort of like a proto version of Electron. but not as bloated. And the way it worked was that the original Sea Monkey. Let me screenshots 1,000 words here. Yes, close. Or I should say Netscape Communicator, which is really where the concept took off from. That's Navigator. I want Communicator. Yeah. So this was like where Zool applications got started, was here in Communicator. Because Communicator had the web browser, it had email, it had chat, and it also had a web. So, and this was a write once and read anywhere sort of thing. And then there were additional add-on applications. Chatzilla, Songbird, as Neozed just said. They basically, all the portability of Firefox is built around the fact that the Zool runtime was really easy to make from place to place. Once that went away, Firefox basically ran on 3 platforms: Windows, Mac OS, and Linux. I know that the FreeBSD guys have managed to get it working, but it's kind of been an uphill battle all the way. I know Pale Moon has kind of tried to preserve it, but I don't know how much they've actually succeeded in that regard. There was a lot of the other big problem I have with Mozilla is they really, while they have some really solid technical things, some of the business decisions they've made really are questionable. I mean, Firefox has been this bloated memory hog for years that the developers refuse to deal with. It's finally gotten better because someone finally put their foot down. But, I mean, the reason Chrome really took off was it doesn't make your computer go, the hard disk doesn't go brrr when Chrome came out to the same extent Mozilla did. And Mozilla used to eat memory like popcorn back in Firefox. I mean, they had an entire quick load application because the blasted thing was so slow. And Firefox was a cut down Sea Monkey. But the fact of the matter is Mozilla is a lot like Sun Microsystems. They create awesome tech. They're fairly transparent about how they do. And if they get Googled, it's just like 2010 all over again. Except now we're in the middle of a pandemic and it's worse. I made it. I am sad. I'm a sad. Okay. You know what? Neozed, since you actually found No, Oracle Firefox, no. No, Oracle Firefox. I can't unthink it. I need my safe place. Neozed, you could ship me NetWare for Oracle. It's less ugly than the idea of Oracle Firefox. I'm okay. This is okay. Okay. So I do think, though, Neozed, do you have a link to Netscape 1.0? Oh, here we go. Oh, this is 1.1. Oh, this is the manual for it. This is fine. Because, maybe that would be a neat way to end the night, is actually getting Netscape 1.0 up and running. Oh, wow, they actually have pre-release versions. I'm really kind of tempted to Oracle 6 for Windows 3.1. That was a thing. Okay, that actually isn't that useful. It looks for Oracle VirtualBox. You're going to link me to this, and then I'm going to just cry a little inside. And by a little, I mean a lot. You know, screw it. We're actually going to play with this. I actually kind of want to play with Netscape Navigator. Let's see here. Let's grab it. Download, please. God damn it. Let's see here. Let's see here. Light theme is cursed. Let's see here. Why can't I download it? Let's see here. Actually, does this version... Because we can actually do some useful things with this ancient version. And, you know, I feel like for proper cursed, it's it might be fun to play with this. Let's see, retro browsers, Netscape Now 1.0. That is beautiful. I like that right there in the corner. Because we could set up, this is bad idea being considered. We could try and take Windows for Workgroups online, and we could see if we can successfully browse Usenet and Gopher Space with that. This is probably a horrible idea, but I kind of... we're flying by the seat of our ass right now, so... let's see here. Wow, there we go, 1.0. Netscape supported Gopher. Firefox supported Gopher up until version 3.0. So the thing is, I can't download this ancient version, and I want to because it's funny and amusing. Yeah, it should also probably support Usenet. Yeah, I don't know why this won't download. Netscape Navigator 1.0. Let me try archive.org. Yeah, that's the manual. I really don't want to do the Cloudflare IPS. Really don't want to do IPS. I tried both mirrors on the WinWorld PC. It just it had some lag, and when I say a little, I mean a lot. It might be a problem with my download location. That may be the case. Let me try it one more time. Hey, there we go. So this, okay, so there's disc 1 here. So, you know, let's do this because I like pain and suffering. So, in fact, we even have a machine set up for this. So, let's throw this in the retro folder and let's do something interesting with it. So there's Netscape Navigator. So we need to go back here, and we are actually going to have to, we're going to have to install DAWs. My God, I've installed DAWs so many times in the last few hours, it's not even funny anymore. Well, okay, it's a little funny, but not funny haha. It's kind of like funny sad. So, because we need to install Windows for Workgroups, we need to install we need to install a lot of things. You know, that's what this is going to boil down to. But we are going to go online with Windows for Workgroups. So we can do the Novell NE 2000. This will bind to a. This will give me a TAPnet, which is exactly what I want. Let me check my OBS. So okay, all right. We're going to install DAWs again. There we go. Push the button. So here's the plan. We're going to install We're going to install DAWs. We're going to install Windows for Workgroups. We're going to install the TCP/IP add-on. Then we're going to install Netscape Navigator, and then we are going to post to Usenet with it. And you know, I think that's a good way to handle the stream. So okay. So first we need a proper version of DAWs. I really need to get a copy of Novell or DR-DAWs. So, do the reboot. We are, let's see here, Hack, BDSDM, and Commander, DAWs for the upkeep time. Well, there are still folks watching, so apparently me installing DAWs is amusing to folks. I've actually been really tempted to take the DAWs 6 installer, pull DAWs 7 out of Windows 95, and marry the two. Let's see here. So that's fine. That's fine. That's not going to work. So because I need to do a format C, Q. Okay, you can. We can because we're going to unformat. Yeah. There we go. Okay, there we go. This should only take a few minutes. Let's see here. Might need 32S to complete the experience. God damn it, you're right. I probably do need 32S to complete the experience. Alright, while this installs, I need to find the Windows for Workgroups TCP/IP add-on. Because I don't think I have it in my driver's Windows for Workgroups TCP/IP. Why is this saying I have no internet? Oh, here we go. Perfect. Grab that. Grab that. Put disk 2 in. Alright. So we are going... Where we are going, there are no roads. Okay, so there's TCP/IP. Okay. I mean, apparently a lot of people really enjoy just watching progress bars with me. You could probably do an entire Twitch watches the progress bar, and people type commands in chat to make the progress bar go in certain directions. Yeah, I just grabbed it. So I knew I actually had it. Let's see here. I have the SDK. God, I have so many Windows 3.1 shit. It's not even funny. So let's see here. TCP. Yeah, the TCP. Let's see here. Let's see here. The ones that live out where the buses don't run. The maniacs and crazy people. The problem with that area is there's no good internet. Well, for my brand of crazy, there has to be good internet. But that's just me. I mean, I've got plenty of other ideas. We could sit here and restore really old backups. DEFCON, we could do a virtualized CentOS box. But there was actually Twitch installs Arch Linux, and they succeeded. I think it took them like 3 days, but they did successfully install Arch Linux through the Twitch chat. Just because I remember when they did that, and that was back in the days when installing Arch was actually difficult versus just annoying. Wow, I just suddenly felt the specter of G.I. Jack looking down my spine. So, yeah, I do remember those suspicions that it was botted, but it amuses me. Let's see here. Okay. All right. We've got DAWs installed. Okay. So now we need Windows for Workgroups, not the SDK. The reason I need Windows for Workgroups is because I need the actual networking stack. And I don't want to go for the joy of setting up Trumpet Winstock. I mean, we could do it, but I don't hate myself that badly. That is not his Spectre. I don't know. I feel like if I say anything bad about Arch, Jack will just strike me down where I live. Okay. So how many versions of Windows have we installed tonight? Because yeah, we could install Trumpet. Do people want to see me suffer? No, I don't hate myself that much. Trumpet is time bombed, but it's 30 days from installation. So the problem is I have to install a Nidless 2 driver to make it work. I know for a fact that Windows for Workgroups 3.11 just has the NE2000 driver. And thank you all for following. So if you, like usual, NCommander likes to torture himself on stream. Please follow me on Twitter and subscribe to me on the YouTubes. There is a video that will be dropping on Monday, all things considered. No. Oh man, I almost all controlled deleted my desktop, like my real desktop. So if you are interested in following me on social media, okay. All right. So full name, 20. Okay, that's fine. This is fine. This is all fine. We're all good. It's happy and shiny. Let's see here. And we'll probably end tonight with playing just Solitaire for a bit. I think that is a good way to end the night. Let's see here. Disk 3. So the reason I installed Windows for Workgroups is is I really need the networking pane. You know, networking pane is in fact accurate, but I need the Windows network stack. Then we'll install Netscape Navigator, and then we're going to do something useful with it. Oh, cool. I just got an email. I won an eBay auction for a boxed version of IBM DOS version 3.3. So, yay. I probably won't do anything with that on camera. I mean, I might. But I found a copy of boxed DAWs 3.3 for $25. So I sent a bid in, and it was like, okay. Because, you know, in a few years, this stuff is going to be so stupidly expensive, it's not even funny. I mean, you see that with, like, you know, if you look at old Nintendo crud on, or any old game stuff, good lord. Here. Okay, so I still want to try and find a copy of Windows for Workgroups 3.0. So, okay. So NeoZeed, you weren't here for when I did this, so I dumped a copy of Microsoft Windows Upgrade, and I think I told you this. It was Windows 3.11, but not for workgroups, and I found actual changes with it. So I need to go through file by file and see what is actually different with it. I also found some bugs. Windows for Workgroups 3.10, not 3.11. So Windows for Workgroups 3.10, I'm not sure was in fact a thing. It didn't support protected mode anything. It had a completely different driver stack built on Nidless 2, and it's not been dumped. Yes, it is in fact a thing. No, that's a correction. It has been dumped. There are notable changes in it. I just have never gone around to installing it. But there is in fact a Windows for Workgroups 3.10 with legitimate changes. I actually want to plug it in and make it work with NetStep. Not NetStep, NetWare. We're going to do NetStep at some point. I don't know when. Okay, so we do need to actually install a network here. We need to install support. Look, there's vines. There's vines. Okay. Alright, advanced, and we need a network driver. Add adapter. And then it's an NE. NE2000 compatible. That's on interrupt 10. I think it's on 300. We'll find out. Okay, there we go. We haven't been... Vines, not Vine. Oh. Cell, if you can hear this and you're sitting next to him, please smack him for me. Because he did that intentionally. I know you did that intentionally, just to make me groan. And, okay, so there's the network install going. The wheels on the install go round and round, round and round, round and round. So the main reason I'm not doing this in VirtualBox is that probably a good number of people in chat know this. If you try and install Windows 95 on a modern PC, it explodes spectacularly. As it turns out, Windows for Workgroups has the same bug if you install networking support. Cell is in his own hell doing data recovery on 1 terabyte of data. So who didn't test their backups? Okay, Windows for Workgroups 3.11 is installed. Yay! God, I've never actually used the Wolverine TCP IP pack before, so this will be interesting. And again, I forgot the floppy disk in the drive. So what's amazing about this thing that I do know is it predates DHCP. Windows for Workgroups, version 3.11. Okay, let me just check. There we go. Folks, if the video goes off center, just let me know. Okay, there we go. And yep, I'm using the all secure password of no password. Okay, so now let's put the TCP IP disk in. Disk 1. Okay. So if we go to A. No, don't do that. Don't do that. Control break. Oh, I hate it when software does that. Ah. Like, why do so many DAWs things? Alright, TCP IP. And then delete you. And then copy. Why do so many things want to just extract? It's like so fracking annoying. This is how you end up with puke all over your file system and then you accidentally delete command.com. Okay, so TCP/B for the 2. Okay, so now I remember how you do this correctly. You go to Network Setup, then you go to Drivers, And we need to add protocol. And there we go, Microsoft TCP IP. And then now we need to configure it. Oh, wow, it does support DHCP. I was wrong. Yes. And then DNS 8.8.8.8 because DNS hasn't changed in decades. Default gate. Oh, that should get the gateway autumn. What is it? What is it? 15 or alright. Yeah, I probably just have to reboot. I probably just need to reboot. Alright, let us see if we can make Windows talk to the internet. You know, just because the ongoing progress of the ongoing I can't think. Windows. Win. Alright, let's see if it actually gets DHCP anything. I don't think I've ever tried using the network under PCM, so let's see here. This music is furry convention as fuck. It's pretzel.rocks. I just can't do it on I can't get it to show up in the DEF CON 201 chat because I don't have the I only have the restream credentials. Okay, so did it actually get an IP address? And I don't know. I legitimately don't know if that worked or not. So let's open a command line. ARP. Ping. Request timed out. Request timed out. Request timed out. Do I have IP config? I do have IP config. Okay, so that worked. Let's try telnet. What can I telnet to? I could telnet to SDF. Super dimensional port. Sorry, I gotta look this up. Is it FDF.org? I never remember. I think it is FDF.org. Yes. Oh, look at that. That was actually correct. You know, SidePocket has actually been wanting me to talk about FDF for ages. But, okay, so we have working TCP IP under Windows, Windows for Workgroups. So now let's install Netscape. Release the cursor. Okay. Well, I was just using that as a connection test. I'm not actually doing anything useful with it. I am curious if that FTP client... I'm just slightly curious. Musi, isn't that QuickWin? That's QuickWin. That's the DOS console emulation. Oh wait, there's no way this could possibly work. This predates this predates passive FTP, and it's natted. So yeah, there's no possible way that'll work. So, I know I used to have one, but it was so long. It may have been back in the era where they used to delete accounts. So let us see here. So now that we've got that, let's grab Netscape. Netscape Navigator. Okay. Alright. So, man, I remember the good old days of doing this. Starting Netscape setup, please yet. Totally do a hack. Was there a DEF CON mud and I missed it? Welcome to Netscape. Holy cow. That looks different. This feels like a unpolished beta version. Let's see here. We should do something with Quick Win at some point. My God, look! It's just an N. What? Okay, fine. I'll make a temporary directory. Yeah, look at that. It's just an... Wait a minute. Is it actually rendering something? It is rendering something. What is it receiving? Does this webpage actually exist? What? This is... Hold on. Yeah. But... Does this actually exist? HOMEMCOM.com. What the... And it's doing user agent detection. Because look, the page I got in Chrome is different than the page I got. I don't know how to deal with this. Okay. I'm okay. I do like how the N goes in and out like that. But, yeah, okay, so that's a thing that is there and exists. I am curious, so does this support news groups or not? So, let's... I'm guessing someone must have registered the domain and brought back the original website. In case you were wondering how to obtain the free beta version of Netscape 0.9. I don't know. I feel like we're running something slightly newer. Oh, actually, I wonder if About Mozilla was in this version. Haha, it is. Sort of. Mozilla rules. We could definitely do a HACK-ALT-NCOMMANDER on a mod. We would probably end up programming something. My God, look, all these buttons work. My brain, from Netscape to layoffs. You realize that in 20 and 30 years' time that people will probably be looking back at Firefox like it did now? So, holy cow. Let me... First, this is probably one of the more janky preferences boxes I've ever seen. Let me bring us back to full screen here. That is jank. That is really jank. Here. God, followed links. They used to expire. So those are directories. So you can in fact apparently. Okay, so Eternal September. What is I can't remember what their Eternal September. Is it just eternalseptember.org? I'm looking. I have an account with them, but it's been a while since I've used them. I think it's just eternalseptember.org. Eternalseptember.org. No, the question is, will it prompt me for the username and password? Newscomp.miss. Does that actually work? Unable to look up host. So it sort of worked. So this is back before it had a. I just realized this is back before it had a full. Did I spell it wrong? Let's see here. Oh, it's news.eternalseptember.org. So this is. God, when this web browser came out, the Eternal September had just started. So maybe it's eternalseptember.org. It's not. It's really not having it. I can't tell if it's not having it because. Let's see here. Tweets that might use sec20. If we're lucky, we grow old that we can't read 20-point font. I have to keep turning it up. Yeah, it's having issues. Let's see your news, or am I spelling it right? Eternal September.org. No, that's correct. Let's do a ping. Let us ping. And if not, and if need be, we will break out the Wireshark. Accessories. God, I'm remembering why there was an entire cottage industry of program manager replacements. Right, that's not gonna work. Telnet. Let's just try telnetting. Connect. Let's see here. News eternalseptember.org. 113? Is that what the port number is? What is? No, it's 119. That's the port number. Remote system 119. Okay, so that is talking to that. So why can't Netscape? Let's see here. Why can't Netscape talk to it? God, there are so many things wrong with that sentence. Oh, so I'm starting to understand why I'm having key issues. So if I press Alt, you notice it's flickering in and out. I think there's a key. I'm having a keyboard problem. Okay. So connection to host lost. NeoZ, does Virtually Fun require SSL? Because we could try loading it up just because I like pain. So news.internalseptember.org. Oh, you know what? Let me just. I forgot. Let's make a temporary folder for it. That's a thing that we should probably have. I want to do something with the. Let's see here. Okay, there we go. Let's reopen Netscape. Bookmarks. Oh, news error. Okay. Oh, it probably doesn't know how to log in. It almost certainly doesn't know how to log in because Eternal September requires a username and password, and I'm guessing that was not in the original standard for NNTP. I'm almost certain it's not. But if you're not logged in, you can see the Eternal September hierarchy, if I remember correctly. Let's see here. Eternal. Let's see here. Yeah, I would expect it to have prompted for a username and password, but it didn't. Let's see here. Let's see here. You know, we could check out the Kamiya shell just because, you know, we're here and I'm just because I've heard of it. Superglobalmegacorp.com 8080 old install. No viewer can figure. Chat, would you like to tell me what's wrong with this picture? Because, you know, side pocket, no, it won't work. It won't work. This version of Netscape is so old, it doesn't particularly want to, yeah. This version of Netscape can't handle. We could install Internet Explorer. 5.5 was the last version for Windows 3.1. Yeah, it's so ancient it doesn't know what to do with. All right, we could try old use, just because we won't be able to post with that, but we could get a laugh out of it. Yeah, and let's go to your Gopher site while we're here, just because, you know, at least we can do something useful. Look, it's Gopher. Yeah, it's amazing that the encoding is busted. Maybe it was 5 was the last one. So, FTP horrors. VPS LAN archives. Win32. Let's see here. Man, I wonder how many script kiddies would even think to check a check Gopher. You have surprisingly little on here. 8-bit software, damn it. Oh, clicking that may have been a mistake. It's lagging. It's lagging. Let's see here. Lame flood gap. Let's see here. Oh, that's interesting. Netscape 1 supports the I extension. Let's see here. New Gopher servers since Real Audio. Oh, God. You're going to make me install Real Audio, aren't you? And then I'm just going to die inside. Let's see, here's AUX files. Here. Yeah, okay, I'm not seeing anything else useful on your Gopher. But let's go to Flood Gap and see what they have. We're going to download something. Search for Gopher clients on other platforms. For generic Windows. Legacy platforms. Huh. So yes, we are literally surfing the internet on Windows 3.1, Windows for Workgroups with Netscape Navigator 1.0. Oh crap! I don't have a copy of WinZip. No! I can't unzip the zip. There is a problem here. I can't unzip the zip if I download it. Save to disk. See, wow, it doesn't even open a progress bar or a window. It just runs that thing in the bottom. Surfing outside of Windows on the waves of Objective-C. Side Pocket, do you want me to break out the Netscape? I will break out the Netscape. I will make you cry. So we did change that. I never actually checked if it worked. Oh, it's contacting it. Nope, connection refused by host. Alright. Oh look, here's hearts. Alright, I'm gonna play solitaire for a bit because I have no idea what to do. Tell me, is the deck type randomized? I guess it must be. So let's see. Let's grab the 7, the 5, the 4. Flip the cards up. Just because I think I need a 30-second break for my own flippin' sanity, and I'd like to see the cards go flying. Seeing the cards go flying is the best part. Ooh, ace. I can't use that 10. Can't use that queen. That I can use. Actually, I can use all of these. Okay. I never noticed that the deck was random by default. I probably like set it once as a kid and never noticed. Let's see here. Okay. So there's a 9. There's an 8. Oh, wrong suit. 3 doesn't help. Let's see here. 9 doesn't help. 4, I can do that. 5 help. Getting as many cards out of here, I find, helps the most of anything. There's the ace. I can't put that 2 somewhere. Oh, yes, I can. I can do that. There's the 4. Queens. 3. There we go. Alright, we're making headway. Progress is being made. Let's see here. 9. Okay, that doesn't help. No help there. No help there. I would like a king somewhere. The more it's poorly randomized, the more you play, the more it's sorted. I would think that would be like an anti-frustration feature. Oh, you know what? I can do that. 7. Oh, a king. That's actually useful. We do that. Hey, look, an ace. Okay. Did we get anything useful from that? Not really. Okay, that helps. There's a jack, but it's the wrong color. No help there. An 8. Can't do anything with that. Nope, can't do anything with that. Can't do anything with that. Okay. 2. Oh, wait, I can play that. That helps. That helps. We are playing the solitaires. The way I learned how to play solitaire, I don't know if the person has been in the, who didn't know how to play. I learned it originally by reading the manual. I remember that. I was really bored one day, so I read the help file. Half of my knowledge, you know, people think I'm smart, but really the secret of my success is I just know how to use Google. I'm not seeing a valid move. Let's see, we got 7 here, we have 6. Yeah, I think we're going to start winding down the chat. Side pocket, I would say start looking for a stream to raid. We'll play a few games of solitaire, and then I think we're going to call it for the night. Just because I'm starting to lose my voice, which tells me it's time to end the NCOMMANDER stream. God, I miss being able to do this on a weekly basis. It's just... here. So there we go. There we go. That is starting to look better. That is starting to look better. Okay. There was a lot less lag there. I guess the latency comes and goes with time. So there's a king. I'm not actually going to pull that out until it would be useful. useful. 5. 4 queen jack. Okay, nothing there is tremendously useful. But what we can do is we can pull cards out. We grab that, we grab that. And then we can go through here. Oh, frig, that was the wrong... Yeah. Okay, brain fart. I thought it was the other jack, so... That is less useful than I thought it was. But it does move the position of other cards in the deck. I never quite figured out how that works. But I do know it works. Maybe I should do an entire episode of me reverse engineering Solitaire. Yeah, I could... Actually, that might even be a fun HACK-ALT-NCOMMANDER. That was my back popping. Let's see here. God, that's a lot of 7s. But you know what? 7s are lucky, so... Let's see here. 9 days of streaming plus 4 days of streaming next week will kill you. That jack was less useful. Oh. Oh. Yeah, you really have to respect the people that do this on a daily basis, like a lot of the gaming streams. But, you know, I mean, if we ever became really successful, Side Pocket, we would have the DEF CON 201 entertainment market. I mean, that's entirely a thing we can do. And maybe we should do. We could easily, you know... I am hoping after I move that maybe we could even go to streaming more than once a week. I don't know if that's realistic, but it is a thing that could happen. Okay, so that helps. I need a red queen. And hopefully one that doesn't go off with his head. Ha ha ha. Let's see here. We can do that. That flips the 5. That gives me no help, but we can do that. Which gives me a red 9, which doesn't help. Yeah, it doesn't help. Oh, we can play the 3. Everywhere I age quit. I want to win one game, so it might be a little bit. Because I know I can win a game if I'm determined. I don't have a 7 where I could use it. Let's see here. We can take the 3 out. The 4. That 4 isn't useful. That 2 would be really nice to have access to. So let's see what we can do about that. Red king. That gives us a 3. There's the 2. 5. 7. I am not seeing super useful moves here. This may have been a mistake. I may have made a huge mistake. Let's see here. I mean, if we really want pain, we could do it Vegas style, which only lets you go for the deck once. Okay. That is not so good, having that there. But we'll work with it. 9. Let's see here. 8. Just see what we find first. Let's just do a quick run through to the deck. Windows play Solitaire. Well, we're kind of at the end of the night. I think it's been a good stream. But I would like to get a win on camera. The last game we played was FTL, and we talked about Mixer. I wouldn't even mind doing an occasional gaming, NCOMMANDER gaming thing. So, let's see here. Oh, I screwed that up. I think I took... Yeah, I screwed that up. But it's not the end of the world. It's not the end of the world yet. And there's like everyone in chat is cringing because I'm such a horrible solitaire player. Oh look, no, see, I never understood how the shuffle works. I really don't. I don't pretend to understand it. I'd have to disassemble it to understand it. I mean, you know, every other major game has been disassembled and had been free, you know, reverse engineered. Why not like the most famous game of them all? 2. Is that 7 help? That 7 doesn't really help. Yeah, I'm not... Well, for the want of just getting different cards to come up, it's probably not a horrible idea to start playing stuff. Okay, so let's take that 6 out. That'll change the order of the cards. So here's 6. Okay, we can take the 2 out. Gives us a red 7. Oh, that 8. No, that 8 wouldn't have actually helped us. Here. We could definitely do that. We just have to get a Carousel on stream. Here. Windows 3.0 Solitaire native on DAWs. I'm not that crazy. All right, you know what? We're going to do something. I just want to check something. Let's do Vegas style. Or was it not Vegas style? It was... I've actually seen this become an X, but I'm not sure how you do it. I guess we'll do scoring style. Okay. Maybe that's what does it. Because right now we're in the hole. But who plays Vegas in solitaire? Or who plays, let me phrase that. Who, is solitaire a game they play in Vegas? I don't gamble, so I don't really know. Okay. So that gives me a 2. I can use that. Can't really use that. I'm just curious if this is what makes the thing go out. You know, I'm just going to play skip for the end. Okay. Alright, so 6. Because I have seen the X go red, and I'm not sure what causes it. That prevents you from reshuffling the deck. But I mean, that was me as a kid. Maybe me as a kid has faulty recollection. Oh, look, there it is. Red X. I can't shuffle the deck. So how does that... I don't know how that works. I guess it lets you go through the deck a limited number of times. Probably to get the ace cards. Let's see here. It was too slow and not profitable. Alright, so we're just going to go back to standard. Oh, 2 aces right off the get-go. Holy cow. Yeah, I know, like, jack shit about gambling. If there was an NCOMMANDER gambling thing, it would be... Durr, which is about the best description I can give of everything I know about gambling. Which is nothing. Let's see here. 5. Okay, so there's the jack. I am happy that I didn't imagine that being a red X. You know, it's like, my childhood memory has been vindicated! Vindicated! Let's see here. It's like, I also don't want to pull the plug on the stream. Okay, there we go. There we go. Now we're starting to get somewhere. So, queen. We can do this, move that there. That helps. That is actually a real help. So we had the 3. The 3 was in here, I think. There's a jack. 5. No help there. I could have sworn the 3 was in here. That's a little problematic with that, where that is. That red king would be really nice. Red king would be really nice. I've got to find an ace or move things around, but I literally have no moves with what we have down here. I'm not optimistic that the deck is going to give me anything. All right, you know what? I can do that. And then we can put the jack there, the 10 there, flip the ace. Oh, there we go. There we go. That gives me a 7, which I can do that. I can do that. And that gives me nothing immediately useful, but let's flip through the deck again. Let's see here. Red 4. Okay, nothing strikes me here as super useful. See, if I pull that, actually, if I pull, no, see, that doesn't really help me, because I could move it. Actually, the 8 is helpful, so let's do that. So we do that, we do that. Gets more cards out of the deck. So 4 cards. Gives me a red 5. Red 5 would actually be really useful. 4, or at least being able to put a black 5 down somewhere, that would be useful. Let's see here. Yeah, I think I screwed this one. Oh wait! I didn't see that one before. 3, 4, flip. I kind of want. No, I'd rather take this over here and flip the card. 3, 4. Yep, that was the right move. That was the right move. Oh, yeah. Okay. 5. 8. Nope. That actually doesn't help. 7. Gives me a red 6, which we can move here. Oh, there's the 3. Okay. 4, 5. King. 5. Can't use that jack right now. Yeah, okay, that's fine. Yeah, can't use that jack right now. That last face down card has to be a king. Oh wait, you know, I can do that. I can play that up there. Gets the 6. There's the 5. 6. I need to get the. There's the 6 of diamonds. The 7. I can move this over here now. Flip that last card. That's a jack. Okay, so this one has to be the last king. I'm going to... Yeah, it doesn't matter. So 7. I need a black 10. Let's see here. 7. Okay. Play that. I can flip that. 7. There we go. There we go. Alright, I'm actually going to pull this out so I can get that card out of the deck. Okay. We have it beat. We just have to put all the cards up. Alright, I think it's time we call the stream. I got nothing else to talk about. One of these days we will do a 24-hour marathon stream, but it might just be me playing old games. So, Side Pocket, let's get that raid going while the cards go flying. I'm just waiting for him to respond because I don't know how bad the latency is. Okay. Man, playing solitaire makes me happy. Alright, while I wait, I'll start another game. 7-6. I wonder if that's true that the deck becomes less randomized as the more you play. I mean, it would make sense as an anti-frustration feature, but I would think I would have... You know, it would be something you... Yeah, who knows? Okay. You can finish, that's what going means. Oh, okay. Well, usually people have me raid while I'm on stream so I can announce it. Wait for his response. Because then I can say it on stream and then I can shut it down. But I think this is NCommander signing off. So I will see you guys when I see you. Follow the DEF CON 201 NJ Twitter or my Twitter for HACK-ALT-NCOMMANDER news. As usual, we are on Wednesdays, although it'll be 2 weeks until the next one. And until then, this is NCommander signing off. Bye-bye.